Hey.
There's Leonard. Hey.
Mhm.
All righty. I think the other guy was with us yesterday, William.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think he's. It's a bit too early for him.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
It's 4 a.m. in the morning, so he's probably still in bed. Yeah,
Mhm.
probably still
Yeah.
sleeping.
Yeah.
But sleeping happens. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Sleeping happens.
Sleeping happens, right? There's nobody really sleeping, but sleeping happens. Yeah. You've probably
Mhm.
heard that so many times, right? The other speakers say that. They go,
Yes.
yeah. They say there's
And
nobody doing this, nobody doing that. Yeah.
yeah, usually also when the question is asked if life is predetermined or do we have free will, that's the usual answer I hear.
Yeah. That's a really big one. That answers is important to the conjured self. It's important to the identity of the body mind. You know, the action figure thinks, well, I know I have free will because I make choices in my
Mm.
life. Yeah. Instead of simply saying and recognizing, well, there's life, but life is making the choices for the action figure. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. Because it's the absolute Brahman, and then there's Maya. Yeah. If you know the traditional sense of Advaita Vedanta, if you study the Gita and the Upanishads, if you study the Upanishads, there's three. Kama Yamat, I'm trying to remember his name. He's in New York, and he's part of the New York kind of Advaita movement. It was established by the very first guru back in the 1940s, I think. In the 1940s, he went to New York for the very first time, and it wasn't until this guy right here until the 1970s, and this I really wore out this book, man. You can see I have rubber bands around it, and yeah, the Bhagavad Gita as it is. And this guru here, you see if we can find a picture. Well, it says uh, Bhaktivedanta Swami. Yeah, Bhaktivedanta Swami. So they have those obvious, the Indian names. The names that are given, but they're not the same way of a name as you find in, let's say, the traditional sense. Like let's say a parent decided, they got together, your parents got together, decided to name you Leonard, right? Did they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think my aunt was the one who decided to name me the name.
Well, then it's some family member,
Yeah.
usually, right?
Yes, yes.
Yes. Usually it's going to be a family member. Yes. Yes. Did you have a chance to visit any material that I share online from the website or the channel, the YouTube channel? Did you have a chance?
I was able to like visit the conjured self, and I don't know, but there's this question in my mind that's like kind of like wanted to bring it up today.
You know what?
Like,
That's great, Leonard, because that's why, in a sense, a satsang is held. It's
mm,
just like being in an ashram without all the strict rules. No
yeah,
rules here.
yeah.
All freedom. It's free. Yes, and this is the way it should be. Not with mantras. Let us lead us to from darkness to light. Let us lead us from mortality to immortality. You know, the mantras and the om and all that. It never was really necessary, but it's just a matter by which the teachings came about, you know, the spoken
Mm.
word. Then from the spoken word, there was decisions that were made by those that recognized. They didn't know they were enlightened. They just automatically recognized it.
Mm.
Simply because thousands of years ago in India, the very first ashram was set up. That first ashram was set up based on many, many years where the guru spent isolation in caves. Yeah,
Yeah. Mhm.
isolation in caves, and that isolation was for self inquiry, where the spoken word was a natural way of existing, of manifesting. You know, it was a natural way in a traditional sense.
Yeah.
Um, I have a section on the Conjured Self website that goes into all those details about the Gitas and about how Advaita Vedanta came about and all that. But there's just so much to read.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't have it set up where there's a table of contents and it's going to tell you which section, like a book or anything like that. I thought about that and I thought, you know what, it's not really necessary. Anyway, here we got another. Ah, there he is, William.
Mm-hmm.
Hey there, William.
Yeah.
Hey, how you doing?
All righty, all righty. I'm so sorry it's so early for you over there, man.
Oh, it's all right.
4 a.m., isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Jeez, man, that's even before the birds start chirping.
I know. That's why I like it. My birds get noisy.
Well, as they say, there's a saying that goes, what? The early bird catches a worm. Well,
Yeah, right.
they ain't no freaking worms here, man. So you don't worry about you have to worry about no freaking worms here. Anyway, I was just talking to Leonard a while ago, and
Oh, okay.
yeah, he's got a whole bunch of questions, which is always good because that's kind of why, in a sense, we're here.
Right.
We're here for the questions, and the idea of the satsang is to starve that questioner. Why do you think we need to starve that questioner? That is because all those years of conditioning, self identifying, my name, I respond when I hear my name being called, you know,
Right.
Richard, oh, yes, yeah, yeah, mom. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
mom, what do you want this time, you know, or, you know, that kind of thing. Not disrespectfully at first, but, you know, that honorary stage was teenage years where you thought you knew it all, you know, yeah, you know it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anyway, Leonard, the first question. What do you have?
Yeah. Yeah. Because there's a lot of like gurus who would say that, or even Robert Adams, he used the metaphor of, like, let's say you go to the gallery, you don't you're and then there's fire. You don't appreciate the paintings. You get out, you save yourself from the fire. You don't like go around the gallery and still appreciate the painting. It's like what other masters would say, like, you have to be serious with the spiritual path so you don't recycle from life. Like, this is the reincarnation thing. You recycle from,
We love Dharma,
yeah, from body to body.
body
but
to
but
body. Yes.
but we also talk about that there's no one, that there's no free, that life is in charge. Like um
Pathless.
life will take care of everything. So how is it possible that people, that there's an effort to like to
When
awaken the.
when Leonard chose pathless path, yeah,
Hmm.
pathless path. It is the same as saying the gateless gate. Yeah.
Ah,
Right.
yeah.
Yes. Gateless gate, pathless path. Um, and what you just said just then, Leonard, that is recognized and acknowledged by the Neo-Advaitin Paul Hederman. And he states, and I always, this, when I say I, this body mind action figure is no longer self-identifying with the birth name and birthright, that name that's on the birth certificate. First of all, because the body mind action figure did not even have a chance to name itself, because in that innocence, it was nameless. So in a sense, all body mind projections and call them avatars, body minds, puppets. You can use all kinds of nouns to, you know, to describe the conjured self. But I just simply use conjured self so that it could kind of be noticed when the seeker, when the seeker is going along on the internet and kind of looking around and going, what is this non-duality thing? What's that all about? Does some non-duality speaker have more of the truth than some other? No. It's not even regarding that kind of truth that is agreed amongst other self-conjured conjured cells. Groups of self-conjured conjured cells will get together and say, well, this is our truth or belief. Then another one has a different one. Just like with Christianity, you got all the different denominations. You got the Baptists, the Catholics, the Seventh-day Protestants, the Lutherans, and it goes on and on and on like that. That's kind of the similar structure that is recognized once the falling away and collapse continues. That falling away and collapse never ends. It's always there. Just like Paul Hederman refers to, the self cannot get out of the self, simply because there is no self. You've probably heard other speakers say that, right, Leonard?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. All right. So now, if you can kind of narrow that down based on what you just expressed on that question, if you could, see if you could get a bit more specific, because the reason why I'm saying that, once the seeker gets really deep into their question, right? Because they're coming from the idea that there's a questioner. Yeah? So there's the idea that Leonard is the questioner.
Yeah.
See? Notice
Yeah.
it. Catch it. Notice it. Yes. Yes. Because it's not, and don't get me wrong, it's not a wrong thing. It's not a bad thing for that, because that's the natural course of the, the absolute Brahman, just the way it arises. Whenever there's the conjured self that appears, it just naturally goes along with what it believes, what it knows, and what it has learned. In fact, what it learns is seemingly the first step for the conjured self. So what it learns, it believes, and then it knows. Pretty much in that order, kind of in that order, because if you recognize that, do some self-inquiry, yeah, okay. Yeah, you see. So, and this is why the collapse and the falling away takes many, many years. So what is going to seemingly kind of urge that along? The absolute Brahman, the ashram, the guru, the non-duality speaker, the new Advaita. They're going to assist, in a sense, the questioner and starve it eventually. Now, you can't really tell how much conditioning, how much of the conjuring. You can't measure that. It's not measured. Now, the best measure that we may have would simply be time, because without time, there would be no way of measuring moment to moment to moment as it apparently appears to be. Yes? Seconds to minutes, minutes to hours, hours to days, days to weeks, and so on and so forth. That is this conjured self's way of keeping track of time. Why? Because in agreement, it believes in time. In fact, it turns out that time is very real and usable and workable, although although there's timelessness and boundlessness and all that. Yeah, the absolute Brahman. Although that's true, but then there's always a Maya, and Maya stepped in when it was all kind of set up already. Everything already set up. Maya stepped in order to represent Brahman finitely, not infinitely, but finitely. So you have the absolute Brahman, the everywhereness, absolutely everything and no thing inseparably so and not so ad infinitum, and no beginning, no end, the Alpha and Omega, no start, no end. The conjured self can't handle that. It cannot comprehend that because it never will. That is considered unknowable. It is downright unknowable. Now, it doesn't even matter if you got the sharpest minds that they think they're the greatest minds on the planet, such as the astrophysicists. Yeah, I gave an example, Dr. Thomas Campbell, the ex NASA. He was hired by NASA to work for them before he retired, and that's the action figure. Yeah, with a birth name and birthright. Now, he wasn't born that way, was he? No. Nobody's born with what they believe they know and what they believe they need to do and what they go based on a free will that's not real. Again, there's no free will. There's just simply life flowing. Everything apparently appearing. So, when you get the scientist that says, okay, I have a theory now of everything. Huh? Come again? What was that? Oh, I have a theory of everything and I wrote a book. Did you? Did you really? You see what you see what I mean, Leonard? Very easy to spot. Very easy to notice. That's the collapse. That's the falling away. And then you're going to notice in the way that your family and friends, they might be treating you differently, that they might wonder, what's wrong with Leonard? Why is he talking the way he talks? And why is he speaking the way he's speaking? He's saying there is no self, there is no body. I had a birth certificate, but I didn't get to choose my name. And if you start talking like that among your family, they're going to think you need, kind of the straight set.
Yeah, some of my friends would say, because some of my friends understand the life is an illusion, there's no self, but they said, but you have to be practical. You cannot live life in society believing this way.
Catch,
That's something that
catch him right there, Leonard. Catch him right there with the practicality. Oh, I have to be practical? No, see, you already nipped it. You caught it right there. The expressions that the conjured self doesn't even recognize because it's so conditioned to believe in its own life and that it knows better. I know better than everybody else. It lives in a world of dualities. It lives in a world of right and wrong, a reality frame of right and wrong, even direction, left, right, here, there. Yeah, it doesn't recognize every awareness, But so that's understandable when the collapse, the falling away continues. That's understandable. When that continues, then your family members closest to you and your mates, your friends, they start noticing. And that is when they begin to question even more. So you got the seeker. But they're going to question for different reasons. They're going to say, what happened to you? What happened to Leonard? That's not you. I hear talking to me and you're saying these words. I don't understand. Your parents were probably going to say that. I didn't raise you like that. I didn't raise you to speak that way. We have certain beliefs. Could be Baha'i. Baha'i, you probably heard of in the Philippines, Baha'i Christianity, right? It's very popular, isn't it? Baha'i?
It's familiar.
So those kind of modern religions, modern spiritual beliefs. When I say modern, it's because by comparison from the Gitas and the ancient, the ancient teaching go way back, thousands of years. Christianity is very, very new. If we were to compare, see, which came first, the chicken or the egg, kind of thing. Yeah. Whatever comes up, usually what we would do is we would raise a hand, but we don't have to do that because it's just us three. But you're familiar, Leonard, how you're among a whole lot of people, and then the speaker, the non-duality speaker says you could raise your hand, and then like that.
Yeah.
We don't have to do that here.
Yeah, because just to share with you, like, honestly, the reason why I went to this path also is there's a lot of belief that if you don't awaken in this lifetime, you repeat 1,000-year cycle of birth and death, or 1,000,000 years. So
But
I
you
was
won't
like,
even know. You won't know that. Where you stand. Am I on my 980th life? Oh. William,
Yes,
did
sir.
you have an opportunity to visit the Conjured Self website, or did you get a chance to check out the YouTube channel?
I don't think I did, but I did do a little research on.
Get out there. No, I'm just kidding. Get the
You
hell
got
out!
me.
No.
I was like, what?
See, that's what used to happen in India, William, where the guru, he had a certain set of precepts. You need to say these mantras. You need to fast. When I tell you to fast, you need to meditate in a certain type of meditative practice. Yeah? No. That's no different than the Christians saying, we talked about this yesterday, with the cracker, there's the blood of Christ and the wine and all that. Yeah. The rituals. Yeah. The rituals. These are rituals. In Christianity, there are so many rituals that are followed. Well, guess what? Same thing happened in India. And what happened there? It got mistranslated. It got corrupted. The conjured self got in the way and interfered and said, wait a minute. I know what type of ashram I need to open up. I'm a real good guru. I'm better than those gurus down the block. That's what happened there. Now, one would say, but you have to have a master. No, you don't. Nobody's a master. Even Christ said it himself. No one is anybody else's master. Yeah. Because he recognized, he recognized the fact that, no one is anybody else's master. It can't possibly be. Why? Because no one holds entitlements separately, as though they're more significant in some degree, in some way or the other, than the next person, so to speak. So there is no separation. Never was. It's the self-identification. It's the conjuring. It's just like the double slit experiment. It's just by the act of observing that distorts what already is. Everything's already laid out, always has been, long before the conjured self was thought to be born. Now, when I say thought to be born, that means that to be born is thought to begin a new life. So here we're going to get into reincarnation, getting back to what you were saying earlier, Leonard, where, there's a reincarnation. Okay. What's that all about? Well, guess what? There are thousands of different versions of that story.
Yeah. That's why I'm confused.
Good luck with that one, man. Good luck figuring that one out, because nobody can. And I'll tell you why. Very easy. You'll recognize it eventually. Because why? Nobody that conjures the idea to think that there is reincarnation, nobody knows. It's unknowable. Yeah. And then the conjured self might think, oh, well, here, I want to balance it out. Here are my knowables, and here are my unknowables. So if I get enough knowables and unknowables and I balance them out, is that it? No. No. Because why? Further back. it's not about that which the conjured self knows, and it's not about that which the conjured self does not know. It's neither. It's neither absolutely, particularly, exclusively so, and it's also not so. It's not exclusively so. So it's almost like the neti you hear. It's double negation. Yeah. There is double negation. There's even triple negation. It's not that. But that's going into what is some have termed already. Some speakers, they referred that to triple negation, radical non-duality. You might see that on the website. It puts the word non-duality, but then it calls it radical. Now, you know what that is? That's the conjured self getting in there, thinking it knows the difference between radical and just simply Advaita, just simply non-duality. See, that's where it's trying to trail off again. See, and that collapse, it stayed there. The collapse didn't go any further. It stayed there. It stayed right there. You know why it stayed right there? Because now it's self-identifying with radical non-duality. You see, and the speaker, the female speaker, Lisa Cairns, did that by saying, "Oh, there's non-duality philosophy. Sign up. Go to my Zoom, and then here we go." Yeah? No. It is simply as it is, as it already is. You can't dress it up with anything else. You can't dress up non-duality. It already simply is, and is not. Yeah, one without a second. You don't add anything to that, and you don't remove anything. Nothing's removed, nothing's added. It is already set up. Already just simply is. So
Can I ask something real quick?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So I did read a little bit of non-duality because I was curious about it. I read the so my understanding is that, like so I just want to make sure I'm on the right page is what I'm trying to say.
No, there is no right or wrong page.
Okay. That basically, so non-duality, from what I'm understanding, is like there's always a devil, a god, right? Or
Christianity.
I mean, I just use that as an example, but there's always a positive and a negative. Is
that duality?
That is okay. So non-duality would mean there is no separation. Is that correct?
Well,
or
that's non-duality. When you say there is no separation, that's non-duality. Duality says, well, there's this type of separation over here, and then there's other particular type of separation over here. Let's compare the separations. See, that's duality. Non-duality says there is simply no separation. Nothing is separate. Nothing stands alone. One without a second.
Are we all created? Oh,
no, it's okay. Go ahead.
Are we all created by the same energy? Is that why we're not separated?
Oh man, you're in for a treat today, William. There is no creation. Oh, heresy.
Yes.
Heresy.
I'm getting the steak ready right now.
Okay. All right.
I just joke.
No, but that's what happened. You try speaking that way back in the 1600s.
Right.
Shit,
you might as well say the world's round.
The queen over here would go, off with his head.
Yes. Off
in that movie, head. Right? That movie, Alice in Wonderland.
Yes.
Good movie.
So there's no creation. So can we delve into that? I mean, now that the shock.
Sure, we can. Let's go there, man. I tell you what. I hope you can at least float if you can't swim. But anyway.
Hey, you want to know something funny? It's funny you say that.
Yeah.
As I had a dream when I was younger, 20 something. Yeah. I was swimming and I was so worried about what I was looking down at in the water and I seen stuff, plants and stuff, and I was so worried about it. And another swimmer goes, "Don't worry about it. Just pick up your feet and swim." I just thought that was interesting. So I was always like, "Don't worry about what's down there. Just swim."
Yeah. Let's stick with that metaphor right there, analogy, and we'll get back to the these other questions because so much arises in a satsang like this. This is called, by the way, a satsang. Satsang is similar to saying the ashram. Without the guruing and all the other stuff, the rituals and the prostrations, the mantras and the om and all that stuff. You don't need that. That's dressed up. See, that's dressed up non-duality. You don't need that. Never did. But you see, that was simply the way it apparently appeared to have arisen in order to introduce, in a traditional sense, the ancient first spiritual teachings of the Bhagavad Gita. There's a lot of material there. Oh man, I tell you. But you can find the direct translation from the Sanskrit to the English. There's this book. Look how beaten it up it is, William. There's all freaking rubber bands around it, man. And this came out in the 1970s. It was one of the first gurus that went over to. Well, he was the second, I think. Yeah, the first one landed in New York and created the Advaita Vedanta Center, New York, and you could go to a YouTube and you could see the Swami that was taught, the Swami after Swami after Swami. There's kind of a generation of Swamis that kind of took the traditional, the hardcore traditional origins of the Upanishads and the Gita. This Gita is kind of like the encyclopedia of non-duality. The Bhagavad Gita as it is. The Upanishads are kind of like, sort of like chapters or different channels that all come back to the absolute Brahman anyway, which is the Gita. So that's where all of that came from. If you're ever wondering about the Buddha and statues and Om and chants and white rice and, you know, all this sort of thing, that's where it all stems from. It's that traditional stuff, but nothing's traditional anymore. What's arising now is a resurgence expressing in a different language, in other languages. Now, the original language of the spoken Advaita, non-duality, same thing. Advaita Vedanta, non-duality, is kind of just using different terms in English, but not in Sanskrit. But yet, it's a direct transliteration. See, there's translations and then there's transliterations. A translation is taking, one language and then translating that into another. That's also a transliteration, except it's taking all of the information and all the main ideas and then just a direct hit. Instead of going from the way Christianity does, by the way, and it has about 510 different versions of the Old Testament, and there's about 750 on average versions of the New Testament, and no wonder Christians are all fucked up in the head, man. I'm sorry when I say it like that. I don't mean it disrespectfully, but it's going to mess with the mind of the conjured self, and it's going to cause unnecessary mental anguish and suffering and emotional suffering. No, that has to stop. And you see, even that's why the Buddha came along as one example. And see, Jesus Christ came along as well, except they misinterpreted it, his word. And you can look back at the original teachings that Christ did one. By the way, he was referred to as Yahashua, teacher of righteousness, master of justice. And trust me, William, I'm telling you guys, I had done the homework, man. I really staunch. I'm willing to bet they're one of the most staunch seekers. I'm not going to say on the planet, but I did so much freaking seeking, man. It got so overwhelming. It was overwhelming to conjure self. It got to the point it was thinking, oh, man, this is too much. This is too much. Something's got. So then I backed off of it, right? And then this action figure thought, I better look back to these origins again, and I might have missed something. And so as I was reading it, and at the same time, I multitask a lot. That's just the way this body mind loves a lot of input and information, and the pace by which it learns. See, every body mind learns at a different pace. They take in information at a different pace. This particular body mind just spontaneously, just right there. And even before thinking about it, I don't even know how to explain that. I don't know how to explain. How can I explain that I already spontaneously know the answer without even speaking? The idea is already there, and it's already spontaneously sorted out, and then it's discussed. It's that gap. If you narrow that gap where before the conjured self has a chance to say, I know what this is, with a thought, that few seconds. Well, I think it's even, yeah, it's less than a second. It's 0.05 something. I don't remember exactly what it is. If we're going to measure it, in an exacting way with precision, but that gap, generally speaking, can be so spontaneous that you could bridge the gap immediately. It's similar to the neurons firing. We were talking about this yesterday, where you have a spark plug, and then it jumps. That little electromagnetic energy, that little firing, a little lightning, looks like a little. What would you call that? It's
spark.
Yeah, spark, exactly. So spark. Thank you, William. So it's the spark. You see, so it's that spark that represents the gap when a thought is going to be spoken by a body, mind, action figure, by the conjured self. And so the falling away, and I say the falling away and the collapse is a general way of stating that identity with a separate sense of self, that's what's collapsing and falling away more and more and more, and it doesn't stop. And there are no levels. It feels as though there are levels. And you know what? Let me just add the new agey stuff in here, because it's applicable. Because I went through that as well prior to the internet. Before the internet, man, I was really a major seeker. I used to go to these UFO psychic fairs that they used to have, of course, when I was in Texas. Over in Phoenix, Arizona, in Louisville, Kentucky, there was a group called the Law of One, and I got involved with them. There was the Star Seeds, the Wanderers, all the new agey stuff, because I was a staunch seeker, and I was trying to find out there must be something I'm missing, I'm overlooking, to explain why is it that this information is being uploaded. I'm uploading all this information spontaneously, and how and why is that? Why do I feel so weird? How come I feel so much? You will, and you might have been called all kinds of names by your peers when you're going to school. So that's why I try to be quiet and I try to blend in. I've always been this way, where I'm curious, extremely curious. But the spiritual quest, so to speak, started Sunday school when I was about, when this body, mind, action figure was about, in terms of time, it was about 6 or 7 years of age. And that's when I just said, you know what, that's enough. That's enough. I need to find out why. Why did that Sunday school teacher yell at me? And why did she say, how dare you question the word of God? Why? I was trying to figure it out, and I knew my parents wouldn't know, because they're the ones that send me there. They said, go to church. It's good for you. Your grandma and grandpa, they went, so you should too. You should go to church. It's good for you. So see what's conjured? Notice all the conditioning, and then over and over and over, you think, well, this must be the right thing for me to do. And I don't want to be disrespectful to my parents. I got to go along with what they tell me. And I have to believe what they're telling me. You see? So that's how the separate sense of self gets reinforced. The beliefs that it takes in. It's just simply already being, but then it keeps being told all these dualities, all these rules. You got to go to school. You got to eat your veggies. You got to do this. You got to do that. See, all those dualities. Then the conditioning keeps going, and the separation broadens and broadens and broadens, and then the conjured self is fully conjured when it reaches an adult by then, but still, there's a few that are seeking Ah, then this, in a sense, is the answer to the seeker. This is the final answer. In other words, there are no more questions that have to be answered at that point. Once it is recognized that the collapse, falling away, is so extensive, in a sense, that it goes, oh, oh. And it doesn't even have to say anything, doesn't even have to think about that. It just recognizes. It's just a recognition. It's an unspoken aha. It's an unspoken yes. The unspoken yes. You don't even have to say it. It's just recognized. Okay. There's nothing separate that stands alone. Oh, I see what that means now. See? And then the I changes. It doesn't turn into an I as in me. That collapses, and then it's just being. It's just showing up. It's aware to being aware. It's awake to being awake. Wow, I better leave it right there instead of mouthful already. I better eat my breakfast here. I got some porridge.
Oh,
My wife's gonna kill me if I don't eat it. So. Eat your veggies. Eat your. You can't have any pudding if you don't eat your meat. That's like that Pink Floyd song. You can't have any pudding if you don't eat your meat. Anyway.
Oh, can I have a question?
By all means, jump in there, Leonard.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you talked about the UFO, the star seed, the law of one. I've been there. I think I'm still in the transition of dropping, of dismantling that, because how did you like shifted from, because it's so strong, that group of collective
Conjure.
idea. It's really
It's
really difficult to
reinforced
get out of.
conjuring, yeah. And you
How did
think,
you get out of
oh,
it?
is that what it is? Wow, this looks cool. This is great. Wow, they're telling me that there's extraterrestrials around and all that. Hey, if there is, fine. The Gita says there is, so it must be. And the Gita refers to billions of Earth-like planets just like this one. But the appearance is manifesting different. The the laws of physics and the configuration of the planet, the orientation of the planet, and the level, fifth, sixth, seventh density, the densities go on and on and on, by the way.
Yeah.
This planet is considered third density. So you're probably familiar with that too, eh, Leonard? You ever heard of
Yeah,
that? Third
yeah.
density? Yeah?
They say we're transitioning to 5D.
No transition! No!
you guys are in a different plane than I am.
Sorry about that, William. But
No.
you'll catch.
I'm just like, I'll probably catch that bug too, right?
This is our bloody second day, William. I mean, you can't expect to get it all revealed all at once, man. It may take some time here. So, all I'm doing is setting the stage for the seeker, by having the Zoom. They're going to be seekers at all innumerable. You can't even measure how many levels there is to what the conjured self conjures. Oh, man.
So,
yeah.
So basically, when we're seeking, we're just like we're just grabbing everything. It's what it sounds like. It's like with you wanted to grab that religion. I too have,
You're seeking.
Alien, whatever.
You're in the seeking mode. You're in the seeking mode. That's what that is. It's a seeking mode, and that's what the conjured self does. It can't help itself. It questions.
So it's kind of normal just to grab something and say, "Oh, that don't work for me," or whatever.
It's neither normal or abnormal. It's neither of the two.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm gonna have to get used to that.
Yeah. Every time you come up with an adverb or an adjective, yeah, because that's duality, and it's not your fault. You're not doing anything wrong, William. You're just expressing naturally, because you're so filled with the wonderment and the awe and all that. Yeah, that's great. And you have a lot of questions, but that's interfering in a sense. There's this natural flow of life already set up long before these body minds, all three of us, if we identify with ourselves and the birth name and birthright we're given, we can't help it. That's what we did. There's nothing right or wrong about that. It's just what apparently appeared to happen. See, there it is again, Leonard. Remember, there's this guy, William. There's this guy in Germany. His name is Andreas Mueller. Okay, he's a non-duality speaker. I call him a neo-Advaitin. So let's just call him neo-Advaitins from now on, because that's kind of bringing the old traditions from the Sanskrit and a direct translation into English, and also in the expressions. So everything that's shared in non-duality about all of the different numerous, and they're growing and they're building, they're expanding. You can't help it. Now there's an urge. There's an urge to share, and that's how the energy works, to share. Nobody can keep this to themselves. Why is that? Well, naturally, because it's everybody. It's not just somebody isolated and said, well, I'm going to catch all the information for myself. Then I could form my own, Zoom channel, and then I could talk about that. Just like, no, it's not like that at all. It's just simply sharing a message, you know, answer the questions, spontaneously. And the idea is to interrupt the conjured self from getting in there and opinionating with a duality and saying, well, wait a minute, it could be to this degree. No, wait a minute, it might be to that degree or some other degree. See, it's into particulars, it's into specifics, it's into separation. It is really into that. The conjured self loves that stuff, man. That's why he loves they love clubs and groups and things like that. Man, I want to be part of that club over there. Wait a minute, I heard about another one the other day. I think I'll be with both of them then. Maybe that'll work. Nothing helps. Nothing works. Guess I don't have to. I know. It sounds all new and all different, but give it time. Give it time, because repetition's good in this. And I'll tell you why. Repetition is necessary, in fact. I'll go so far as saying that repetition is necessary. Because the conjured self is so convoluted and filled, and its mind is just filled with so many questions and so much thoughts that it's entertained, and it's trying to, focus on what it thinks it knows, what it thinks it believes, and it thinks, I need to set up a file like a computer. I need to put a file of all my knowings. So I'll go on the computer, and in a sense, it's like the mind. Of course, the mind is like a computer. Never match the processing, but still, that's not the point. But still, the mind is like that. It's filing away that which it's taking in, the information it's taking in, it's feeding off of it. But guess what's really feeding off of it? The mental thought system. The mental thought system is a parasitic movement. And it reinforces conjuring. It reinforces all the dualities. It reinforces a conditioning that everything has to be in some particular way, or else my life is shit, man. My life is fucked. I don't give a damn. It goes that way. It starts spinning where it doesn't care what anybody else says. I know what's right. See, it starts going back to me again. It starts spinning, revolving around its own beliefs, its own thoughts, its own ideas. I think I might share them, like that. Oh, I could share them with others and get some feedback, but still, it's still convoluted with particulars, specifics, and dualities. It's either right or wrong. It's either good or bad. It's either good or evil. See? Either it's good, you got all your goodness over here, and it's either evil, you got all your bad wickedness over there. It's neither. Never was. Neither. Yeah? Okay, let's see that. Let's let that sink in a little bit. Yeah? But yeah, Leonard, all the new agey stuff you're going through, yeah, that's a phase. The conjured self is going through a phase. But if you replace all this other stuff about, specific particular teachings and the Uraksha book and the Keys of Enoch and all this other stuff that's conjured, you drop all of them and then just continue to get exposure to this message, and then eventually unravels. It unravels the conjured self to a point where it starts to do the collapse. It starts to. I don't mean it's doing it, of its own accord volition. It just apparently appears to happen. The collapse and the falling away of a identity, of a self-identity, of a self-identification of a separate self that thinks this way. I was born. I have a birth name and birthright. I have a family. I'm separate from everybody and everything else. There's an everybody and everything else world out there. I know it. See, so here comes the knowing. I know it because I witness it and I see it. So to me, there's the me again, reinforces to me all the time, or I, or even in groups, you and me, you and I, we, us, them. So it believes in that world that's out there of other family and friends. And then it believes that it is separate from them. And I'm alone over here. I'm living my own life. See, all the minus as well. All the minus, my this, my that. My life, my body, my eyes, my, all that. It thinks in terms of ownership. It thinks in terms of proclamations to proclaim. Everything that the conjured self takes in, it proclaims it. All of it. It's always proclaiming. Let go of my toy. That's my toy. It even starts at that early age.
That's what I was thinking is, when you're little, it's like, that's not yours. It's like, because, when you're little kids, they're handsy,
Yes.
It's the first, like, don't touch that. That's not yours.
Yeah, don't touch that. Don't touch that. That's reinforcing the conjured self.
Yeah.
But they don't recognize it. They don't realize that.
I never did until I just listened. It's like,
no, you're just going along. You're respectful to your parents, and that's what you're told. Or else you get the belt.
I was gonna say that was more.
Hey, that's the way it was with me. My dad was my father was a very strict disciplinary, and he comes from a military background. If I did something wrong, I got the belt, and then I learned not to do it again. That's for damn sure. I don't want no freaking welts on my legs. That was that. No.
Yeah.
Not as bad as Goodwill Hunting though. Goodwill Hunting, his dad put out cigarettes on him. And he put out he put out a hammer on a table.
Oh Lord!
A belt, and he said, "Choose." No, it was never that bad, but I still identified it with it because, in a sense, generally speaking, if we're going to talk about society and refer to something that's because you can study duality. You can study it. We can talk about duality. There's nothing wrong with that, and because that's part of the story. It's part of the dream. Part of the story and part of the dream is what we've believed. That we lived a life of our own, and so we have memories. We have the family album. We can go back with our mom or dad or auntie or grandparent or whatever family member that you're close to. You got that family album, or maybe there isn't even a family album. Maybe it's just talked about. So the point is that the self-conjured self lives in a world of yesterday. All my memories of what I did. See what I did? No, but anyway. That's the figure of speech that it uses. Why does it use that figure of speech? All those pronouns, 2 by 4 from about, with, upon, between, around, on, off, directions, left, right, center, north, south, east, west. It just goes on and on like that because it's conditioned to believe that. It's conditioned to believe it because it believes it knows it. And then it thinks of right and wrong. Well, I know what's right and I know what's wrong. It thinks of morals. It just goes on and on like that. Just what your parents kind of reinforced when you're a kid, and we're going back to, you have your toys. Why don't you share them with your brother? Or why don't you share, it starts going like that. You should share your toys. They're not yours, are they? Well, yeah, Mom, I thought you bought them for me for Christmas. It was under the Christmas tree, wasn't it? Oh, by the way, Santa Claus. Is Santa Claus real?
Of course.
Well, do you remember?
It was. I remember when I thought he was.
Yeah, can you remember when that idea dropped and you realized it was your parents doing it?
Yeah.
Buying the gifts and stuff. Yeah, putting them under the tree.
They ruined my childhood. Was over.
Yeah, that's what you thought. You thought, oh man, it's not fun anymore.
Yeah, they lied.
Oh, why did they do that? I wanted to believe in Santa Claus. Damn, they screwed it up.
Since it came up, I guess. When I was younger and I was raising my daughter, I really struggled with honesty. Am I being dishonest? It's like if I tell my daughter, that there's a Santa Claus, and then she finds out later, am I building distrust between me and my child? You know, and then well, that's just where I was at
I
that
know.
point.
I
And then, you
understand.
know, with my grandchildren, raising them, you know, oh, there's a Santa, and if you don't believe in him, he won't show up. Yeah,
Mm.
it's like the ones who don't believe, they don't get anything, so you better believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
it's like, you know, I don't know.
But still, you'll still have a lot of questions though. Those won't stop.
But
They'll kind of be a bit more minimal when you start looking into Advaita Vedanta non-duality, this message that we're sharing, and all the other speakers that are coming out of the woodwork, so to speak.
yeah.
Yeah, and there's more and more on the way. So, the conjured self lives in a world of yesterday, what is mine, because it's my life I'm living, and what might happen to me in the future. So it's focusing on those two all the time. It's comparing as well. It's comparing. I made mistakes in the past, and I'm not going to make them in the future. I did this and this, whatever it might have been in the past. I can remember. I can recall it. I thought, and I kind of interpreted that was a mistake. Maybe I had some pretty good times in between. What I thought was good and what I thought was bad. See, dualities. There's nothing wrong with dualities again, but still, that's the kind of conjuring that the subconjured conjures self conjures. It conjures what I did in the past and what I'm going to do in the future. Overlooking and neglecting what?
The eternal
Present.
now.
There. The now, the presence. Awake to being awake, aware to being aware. That's where it's always been, but it doesn't recognize that because it's too engrossed in what I did in the past and what I'm going to do in the future. So those are those kind of dualities, and it's not its fault because the conjured self was raised that way ever since. It recalls being that the parents had told rules. You got to go to school, you got to go to church, whatever. Rules, and you have to do it this particular way or else. You know, man. Wish I had a catheter sometimes, man.
Hey,
Oh.
bathroom break. I'll
Yeah,
join you.
bathroom break, guys.
You're on your own.
Yeah, I'll be right back. Freely speak among yourselves now. Don't mind me.
What? Big old belly.
Yeah, I bet mine's bigger.
Maybe, yeah.
I was playing Santa in December. That's why last month.
That's what I was saying. I said, hey, I'm getting ready. I just got to get my beard going.
Yeah, you know what? When you start getting into these years, when the action figure gets into their 50s, that metabolism slows down, don't it? Yeah.
Well, plus I had back surgery, so the major back surgery, like all the way from about the middle of my shoulder down to below my belt. I got 36 screws in my back.
Wow.
What I noticed,
that explains why you look like you're going like this.
Oh yeah,
yeah, kind of stiff. Nah, I noticed. That explains it now. Yeah.
I can't move. I mean, I can move, but can't do that.
Were you born this way, or was it an accident?
No, it was they call it ankylosing spondylitis. My bones fused together.
Oh, it's a condition.
Yeah, and then as I grew older, as I grew older, I started to kyphose. We call it kyphosis. So I was always looking at everybody's shoes when I'd walk. So it was like, it's like now that I was gonna say older. Now,
who's the guy in the fridge back there? Who's that?
I think that's my grandson. Is that
that's
you?
Your grandson. Okay.
Yes.
I got a few of those.
He's 13. Look how short he is.
Yeah. Oh, bless. What's your name, Sergey?
Hey.
What's your name?
He said, "What's your name?" Oh, Herman.
Well, I didn't hear.
Did you hear him?
I didn't hear him.
Oh.
He mumbled it. Well, I didn't hear what he said. Huh?
Say it again. Herman. He just woke up, so.
Okay. Well, yeah, it's still freaking early. Yeah, leave me alone. I'm trying to go back to bed and take a nap. Yeah. That's all right. Yeah, my grandson,
okay.
My oldest grandson, he turned 10. And I have another grandson that's just barely 2. But through my wife here in the UK, she's Welsh, like Catherine Zeta-Jones. And I'm Michael Douglas, and she's Catherine Zeta-Jones, and it works anyway. But yeah, speaking of family, yeah, I had 2 sons from a previous marriage, okay, and the oldest one is Richard Wayne Trevino. He's a staff sergeant in the Army. He's stationed in El Paso. I'm very proud of him because he's a self-made kind of person, self-made man. Mm-hmm. And he should get in touch with the COVID because he doesn't believe it's true. I know it's true. It's really out there. It's happening. It really is. But for some reason, he doesn't believe it's a real thing. He said it's just people getting the cold and some kind of I think he's getting too much into these conspiracies because conspiracy theories can seem quite convincing. They can really seem quite convincing. So with conspiracy theories, you got to be kind of careful with the information that you're going to believe. If you're going to think about it and believe it, well, that's up to you. I mean, everybody has an opinion. And where does that opinion come from?
I don't know.
Knowing, believing,
pondering.
Yeah, pondering, contemplation, imagination. See, that's the thing about the Conjured Self. It is so good at all those things. It's so good at conjuring imaginations, and it comes out with all kinds of. And then you see some of it manifesting through artwork. I mean, I came across Facebook page that said non-duality art. It's not a bad thing. It's just that's how it's going. It's going out like a freaking parasitic movement, just like the COVID is, and then it's going to mutate. So that's happening with non-duality. It's happening with all the other subject matter, subject objects, all that stuff. Although that collapses eventually as well, till we are left with just what is. What is and whatever arises, everything and nothing, and separate be so and not so, one without a second, nothing stands alone. There's all these different Zen sayings, and they're pointing to every awareness. How can you point to every awareness? What the hell? You know, that's what the conjured self says. Nah. And they're very quick to judge too. Most conjured selves, because they'll hear this and they might be surfing and there's not much else to do with the lockdowns, especially here in the United Kingdom. Yeah. Oh man, then the questioning really, really hits the sites. That's why there'll never be even enough questions for any Zoom satsang that's held online with Tony Parsons, Jim Newman, Lucille, and Andreas Mueller. These are all the heavy hitters. These are the guys in the top 5. What's the top 10 non-duality speaker list? Easy one. Anyway, so that's why this body mind action figure thought, you know what? I think we're going to cater to all of them then. I think I'm going to put a kind of an Encyclopedia Britannica of non-duality. And that's why I came up with the website, all the different speakers, and then take each one. I have a dual cam set up where I have a program. It's called screen camera program, where I could split it and I could play a video, any video off of YouTube, and then I could overlap it with a separate, a separate one that's recording, and then kind of do it that way, so to speak, whereby, I just press a button, the screen camera shows it shows my image, and then I'm kind of critiquing the satsang that was held by a different non-duality speaker. So if you go to the YouTube channel, that's all you're going to see right there. But it's really interesting because the what we truly are is an energy, and then it is the puppeteer just observing what's going on as the action figure body mind is going around, and then it's getting involved with non-duality now.
Mhm.
I'm speaking in third person now, because that's what apparently appears to happen with the collapse in the falling away, when the self-identification with individuality and birth name and birthright and separate, and you think you're by yourself, and then you're living your own life, all that collapses eventually when more of this message is revealed and then noticed and recognized. All that conditioning, all those years of rules and regulations, and you have to do this, you have to do that. You're always having to do something in the doing. There are no separate doers of anything. There are no separate knowers. You don't have to know, and you don't have to do anything about what, because you can't control it. Whatever arises. Whatever arises, you don't have to call it anything. We really
Yes.
don't. We don't have to call whatever we see around us. But then the conjured self gets back and says, "What are you talking about? I know they're separate objects. I can hold them in my hand." And see, my still there with the my. So it has yet to collapse and fall away enough to where it recognizes, and then it stabilizes eventually. It stabilizes whereby it recognizes every awareness. It recognizes that I'm no longer picking up this cup. There's just picking up a cup happening. Yeah, Leonard, you ever heard of that way? It's
Yeah.
just picking up a cup happening. There is no picker of a cup. It's just the activity, the action. That's what we are. We're energetic movements. We're using the body mind as a puppet, so to speak. We are really
Yeah.
the puppeteer, the energetic movement, and then the strings are being manipulated. Those strings have to do with dualities. That I got to get up in the morning, I got to wash my face, got to get something to eat, and it just goes on and on about what I need to do for myself. I'm not saying that you have to drop the self-identification altogether, because you can't. Nobody can drop it. The collapse and the falling away, it just apparently appears to be so subtle, it's not even noticed.
Yeah.
If-
That's what I heard. That's what I
yeah.
also heard. Like the conjured self
Yes.
is also the puppeteer. So if it wants to be the conjured self, no matter how much you want to collapse it, it will not collapse. If it wants to play in the duality, something like that. It all
Yes.
gonna gonna be that way. Whatever you want to
Yes.
do.
Yes. The self cannot get out of the self, but you've never really been in anywhere that you find yourself to be because you think you are, but you're still identifying with the police and the thief. You take the conjure still conjures the idea that I'm still taking a role. I'm still in control to some degree. I know I'm in control because I see there's the knowing again because it still believes and thinks in terms of I'm a separate knower. So I know what I'm saying. See, it says I know what I'm saying because I'm knowing it. But there is no separate knower of anything. It doesn't have to be. So that's see, there it is right there. The paradox. There's a lot of paradoxes in the non-duality circles, and I'm sure you picked up on all those, Leonard, before. So a lot of this stuff I don't really have to repeat so much, but for William, the action figure William, I definitely do. We definitely need to kind of bring him up to this level of collapse and falling away. And William, by the way, it's going to happen in such a subtle way. You're going to probably wake up one morning, and then you're going to say, "Wow, there's just waking up in the morning." William didn't wake up. There's just waking up in the morning. And William didn't have a dream. There's just dreaming. There's just dreaming. Nobody dreams. Oh, there is a apparent dream, but that apparent dream is Maya, in a traditional sense. It's the illusions of dualities. Nothing wrong, right or wrong about that. It's just what apparently appears to be happening. Andreas Mueller, man, I've had a lot of good talks with this guy one to one before, and he's kind of trying to express the non-duality message in English because he's having trouble. He struggles with it because that's his second language. His first language is German. So you see, the action figure, the non-duality speaker, if they're trying to use a different language other than the first language that they express, they might have a little bit difficulty getting certain ideas across, but they eventually do anyway. And sharing the information not duality a certain way. I'll give you another example. Francis Lucille, his first language is French. And then he's trying to express in English, but he does it real slow. Man, you have to have a lot of patience to listen to Lucille, Francis Lucille, because he'll do a lot of pauses. And that leaves way too much room for what? Conjuring. He'll go like this. And he'll sit there for about 2 minutes. And then he'll say, he'll stop again. I'm not sure why he does that or if it's his style of sharing and speaking, but man, if the body and mind is always constantly waiting for the next thing, hey, you know what? I'm sorry, I can't wait for the next word to come out because you're taking too long. I mean, so you're going to find out that still goes on. The natural expression of the action figure, the conjured self, that still goes on. Except when the collapse and the falling away of a self-identification with a center, with a separate self, when that continues to fall away a bit further, then it begins to recognize and eventually admits it. Once it admits and says, oh, there's thinking that goes on, and there's knowing that goes on, but nobody has to know anything. Nobody has to do anything. There are no separate doers. Just like the 5 modalities, the 5 sensory modalities of the body mind. You got seeing, hearing, tasting, touching, smelling. There's just seeing, hearing, tasting, touching, smelling. That's it. There are no separate seers. There are no separate hearers. There are no separate tasters. There's no separation in anything. Nothing stands alone. No thing stands alone. And in Zen, it encapsulates non-duality. Zen, with these short quotes, quotable quotes, that's enough for most conjured selves for the falling away and collapse to apparently appear to happen. Whereby, here's one. Huang Po, he states this quote: whatever can be perceived is not what's perceiving. We'll break that down here in a little bit. Let me give you a second one. The seeker is the sought. Okay, so let's go with whatever can be perceived is not what's perceiving. So in other words, there are no separate perceivers of perceptions. There are just perceptions. But there's not a separate perceiver saying, you know what, I'm perceiving that now. What are you perceiving? Well, I'm perceiving this particular. No. You see, you nip it right there in the bud because you recognize, well, you're not a separate perceiver, but you just think you are. See, in the beliefs and in the thinking. Okay, so here's the other one. The seeker is the sought. This is a major one because the seeking continues to seemingly go on. Now, the seeker is not a separate seeker, first of all. And what is it seeking to be sought? It's already being. You see, it is the sought all along, in plain view, ordinariness, obviousness, right there, like in front of your face. But you're trying to look somewhere else. But there you are. You know, you're already being. You're awake to being awake. You're aware to being aware. But then there's this idea that you think is staring you straight in the face and say, "Wait a minute, wait." It always does that. It says, "Wait," but it always has a but as well. But I and me. See, when it starts going back to the self-identification and conjuring that, then it's going to keep on questioning. Then it's going to keep on seeking. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just kind of how the process works. Either it apparently appears to happen or it doesn't, and neither matters. Really, none of it really matters. So it's either going to begin to gradually fall away. Now, it depends on how many times and repetition that the conjured self hears this message. The more repetition that it hears it, and it gets exposed to quotes like that, these Zen quotes, and it starts reading more about non-duality and looks to the history of it. And by the way, it's all there on my website, but I definitely encourage any seeker, any conjured self to go ahead and keep checking out all these others because they're saying the same message. They're just kind of presenting and expressing it just a little bit differently. There's nothing wrong a little bit differently, that's okay. It's just when you self-identify with a specific difference, that's when it halts, it stops right there. It stabilizes and stays there, and it doesn't keep collapsing. It doesn't gradually keep falling away. It kind of just stays there for a while. If any type of separation is identified with, anytime it's still grappling, it's still grappling with a duality. It's grappling with duality because it has yet to collapse a little bit further, just a little bit more. They won't recognize it. It'll be so subtle. But the more that this message is heard, of light to it down to non-duality, then a little bit more gradually falling away and dropping. There are no certain levels to achieve, by the way, of dropping and collapsing because it's always collapsing. It'll never stop collapsing because that apparently appears to be what's happening. That apparently appears to be what's going on. I know it sounds like craziness, doesn't it, William? It's freaking nuts. I probably sound like a crazy person, don't I? What's wrong with him? Does he have schizophrenia? What the hell is going on over there? Bipolar? Because it does sound that way. I can imagine it really does because, if self-conjured self is very new to this, it's going to self-identify with what it believes it knows and what it thinks that a schizophrenic person looks like, or an autistic or a bipolar person, because their therapist told them, see, because they trusted in their therapist because they thought they were going to get the answers there. No, sorry, there are no separate therapists that claim they are, and with academia as well. Well, I'm really important. I have all these degrees, and at the end of my surname, I get a master's. It goes like that. It thinks it's self-importance. It's still conjuring the idea of individuality and terminal uniqueness. It's very special. It's a legend in its own mind.
Mhm.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I know better. It's my life I'm living. Why do you think you're going to try to change me? You can't change me. See, there it is, the me again. It's identifying with that me that it thinks it is. It thinks it's an individual me and a very special kind of me. And then it goes back to its birth certificate. A lot of them do say, hey, I know I was born. That's just my name right there on and the timestamp. I had a beginning. I know the beginning of my life. The beginning of my life is when I was born. And I have a certain family. And I could check based on the facts. I have a family tree. I can go to ancestry.com, you know, like that. And I know I have genetic propensities, but that's all simply identification with the body mind action figure. Sure, it may have propensities to get certain conditions, to get certain things. I'll give you an example, William. Olivia Newton John. No. Better yet. Uh, what's her name from she was with Brad Pitt for a while. Angelina Jolie, yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Angelina Jolie was certain in medical fact that she was going to get breast cancer.
Oh
He
yeah.
just knew it because the probabilities were so high. Her physician, her doctor was telling her, you better get the procedure. You know, you better get the breast removed because you're
Yeah.
definitely going to get it. So it's like that. You see, those are facts. Now, there's still factual information going on. Although there's nothing specific and separate or, very, very special than somebody
Hmm.
else, it's just apparently appearing that way. The body of mind action figure has certain ailments, it has certain preferences, it still prefers certain types of chocolates, maybe, or certain kind of candy, certain types of flavors over another. That's not free will and choice. That's simply what apparently appears to happen in terms of preferences. There's a
Mhm.
difference between preference and will, self will. There is no real self will. There is no accord and volition that's to, by, for, from, about, with, upon, between, around, before, and after the conjured self. No, there's none of that. But after a while, it'll collapse, and once it does, it's going to start noticing every awareness. It's not going to notice anymore. It's not going to notice the usual ordinariness of uh, sitting in a chair, and it's not going to identify with coordinates in space and time. It's not going to say, I'm here and there's everybody else out there. No, there's just every awareness. So it's not really thinking in a different modality. It's not really thinking in a higher density. It's not going to fourth, fifth, sixth density whilst it's in third density. No, it has
Mhm.
nothing to do with densities. This is not about densities. This is not about levels of achievement and higher levels of awareness. All those things that are wishy washy, new agey stuff. Now, it sounds great at first because it's so new to the conjured self. So the conjured self comes across some other, book that's on a new age shelf. It goes to a library and it sees that back then I can remember this conjured self went through that. But I don't dwell on it. See, the conjured self dwells on it because it has yet to collapse a little bit further or fall away. It's still holding on to, well, I went to a library back then and I can remember, so I don't have to go back to that library anymore. No, it's not really that way because it really wasn't happening. See, it's the past that's dredged up and then it apparently appears to be a memory of the past. There's always now, there's always nowness, there's always just simply this. There isn't a particular type of this and that, or it has to be particularly so, or it has to be particularly not so. It's neither so or not so. It's both. All of it. Always, always. So then that doesn't leave room for anything else. Because anything else doesn't come to mind to the conjured self anymore. It doesn't think in terms of Well, is this all there is? Yeah. Whatever apparently appears to arise, whatever thought is conjured. So what's apparent appears to happen in the collapse and the falling away is that less thoughts are entertained about my choices, my thoughts. It's the same as saying William has a thought, Leonard has a thought, and then Richard has a thought. Can all of these thoughts be thought about individually? Sure, they can. See, that's the tricky one because the conjured self's going to try to find a way around non-duality. It's going to try to find a way around it because it wants to support significance. It wants to support importance. It wants to support I-ness and me-ness. Me, mine. What is mine and what is yours? I might share what I have of mine with you, and you might share what you have with me. It doesn't even have to be shared because the sharing's already going on, even way before all of that, even way before all the conjuring. The sharing's already, you know how? Awake to being awake, aware to being aware, in a moment, because you can never be out of a moment that we're already in. So we're all in these moments. Yeah, and it goes on and on and on, and it doesn't end. Why? Because it had no beginning and will have no end. Nothing has a beginning, and nothing will ever end. Everything did not have a beginning, and everything will not have an end. I mean, there's so many different types of Zen sayings in terms of non-duality, rich with paradoxes. By the way, the conjured self is going to interpret non-duality as paradoxical, and the infinitudinal complexification, paradoxical. It is and it is not. We are and we are not. They are and they are not. I am and I am not. Not just I am, but you see, it used to stick to that in the philosophy. I think, therefore I am. No. Are you an individual thinker? And there's all these other thinkers separate out there? No. It apparently appears to be that way to the self-conjured self. It conjures that idea because why? Because it's still there in some position that has yet to collapse a little bit further, the falling away. This is just one way to explain it. I mean, the other non-duality speakers out there, they have their kind of their own style, so to speak, or their own verbiage that they use, certain phrases. Sometimes they'll point to a dead master, maybe. Yeah. You gotta laugh too, man. It's a cosmic joke. It really is, because there are some non-duality speakers that say that. You could take this seriously or you could take this comically. It doesn't matter either way. You could be serious about it or you could just mock it if you want. It doesn't matter. Yeah, it really does. It really doesn't. Because for this to already arise as it is, nobody can control it. You don't have to know anything about it. You don't have to add anything to it. You don't have to subtract anything. You don't have to remove anything. Because it's everything and nothing. It's already everything and no thing, inseparably. So it's inseparable. So always, 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 regardless of what will ever be conjured and thought about.
It's like there's no way to get it, and there's also no way to not get it. So,
Yes. Yeah. Good one. Yeah.
like, there's no method to drop the me.
Because it
You
doesn't
saw
have to be a
the
method.
I. Yeah.
Because it doesn't have to be one. Because it already is. Simply it. Simply this. Simply this. Yep. The absolute Brahman. Oh, yeah. And it always will be. It always has been, always will be. Had no beginning, and it will have no end. It was just always, always. Never ending, boundless, seamless, timeless. All those different lesses. You can use all kinds of this, that, less. Uh, there's so many words to use to point, but you can't point it everywhere. I mean, you try to point. So what's apparently appearing to happen? Then the questioner, the seeker, comes along and says, well, what about that over there? Oh, wait a minute, what about this? This, that, and the other dualities. This, that, and the other. This, that, and the other. Because it's thinking that if I know enough about a particular subject, because it's not about subjectivity and objectivity. It's not about subjectivity and objectivity, but it thinks in terms of subjects to talk about, and then it sees separate objects around it. See, that's subjectivity and objectivity. That's the way the conjured self operates. It operates that way because it still believes in its own thoughts and knowings and doings. It just can't simply let anything be. It can't just allow, it can't just allow everything to be because it's already being anyway. So it thinks it's going to interfere with that. It thinks it can control that. It thinks it could know it. But no, it's unknowable. The absolute Brahman. It's unknowable because it's infinitudinal complexification. It's infinity. So it just has to go ahead and says, I give up then. I say, I give up. And it will. It'll eventually go, all right. But then sometimes it comes back and says, well, I'm bored now. What do I do? See? You don't have to do anything, but then it comes back sometimes. It kind of oscillates. Sometimes the self-identity comes back and says, well, maybe I think I need to know this. And no, you really don't. And so it gets confused at a certain point sometimes before it can collapse a little bit further. It's still not quite certain because it believes it has to be certain about something. See, it thinks it has to be certain and sure. Because if it's not sure, then it's wrong. See, it turns into a duality and it turns into something specific, something particular then. 2 by 4 from about with upon between around before and after the conjured self that thinks in terms of separation. Is still thinking in terms of separation, internal uniqueness, and separation. You know, this there's that over there, and there's this there, and then directions and a place to be, a specific coordinate in space and time, to say that I'm here and you're there, and then William's there, Leonard's there, William's there. No, 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 you're not. You're here. Oh, wait a minute. You're both here and there. Yeah? No, it's just not one. Guess what? Drop it all. What are you left with? Nothing. Start from there. Every awareness. It's always every awareness. I know it's funny, isn't it? When you start talking like this and speaking like this, it sounds so new, especially if the conjured self is trying to get it. Nobody gets this. Nobody can get it. But it's trying to anyway. Because it's that stubborn. The conjured self still trying to conjuring to figure it out. I need to know it. I need to know non-duality. I really need to know that. I need to turn non-duality into a subject. Good luck with that one. Can't be done. Can't be done. Oh, it could fool itself. Sure it can. Conjured self can fool itself that thinks it knows infinity. It thinks it knows, that which is and is not. It thinks it knows that. No, it don't. It's impossible. Then it starts, still trying to recapture that same feeling, but it will never go back. It can never go back to that idea of separation once the collapse starts to apparently appear to happen. Once the collapse and the falling away continues, and it's so subtle until one day there's somebody walking in the park. And then the next day, there's just walking in the park. So, see, Tony Parsons has a certain way of saying it in his Open Secret website and all that. Jim Newman has his own style and his own way. Paul Hederman has his. It's the same message. It's just being expressed, in a different way, a little bit different way. There's nothing wrong with differences. It's just apparently appearing the way that apparently appears to be.
Mhm.
It's
Yeah.
seemingly so, but it's also seemingly not so. You can't just say it's seemingly so. You got to include the not so as well. And it just not is. It is also. It also is not. It both is and is not at the same time. Always, always.
there are funny stories in satsangs where they say there are people who never even went to any of this. They just go went they got the blue pill, or they just went on with their lives, and then one day it just dropped. Like no non-duality meetings, no spiritual practice, it just dropped. So
Yeah, that apparently appears to happen also, Leonard. Yes,
like
that can
like
apparently appear to happen also. You'll
and
never
then
hear you'll never hear from them ever again. Yeah, that can
yeah, and then
happen.
the conjured self tries to explain. Some people would say they practiced it in previous lifetimes. That's why it
Mm.
accumulated the experience. This lifetime it dropped. So there's this conjured self again trying to figure out why it happened, how it happened, something like that.
Yeah, because it believes
Mm.
it's on a certain level of awareness. It believes it's in a higher state of awareness because it's had so many past lives.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it believes, well, I've done enough guruing, I've done enough seeking, I've done enough searching. Now I'm at this higher level now. No, there are no levels. There are no densities. It's just what is. But it's simply this. And then the question always comes up about death, the end of the conjured self. That one is really a zinger, so to speak. That's really a very, very scary thing for most body mind action figures. They fear it. They're very scared of death because they think they will no longer exist anymore. Well, guess what? You're not even existing in that way that you think you're separately existing. No, you're already blending. You're already blended. You're immersed. The immersion, coalescence. It's like this: the milk, the glass of milk. Can the milky substance, be separated from the liquid that it's in? No, cannot. Now, it's like trying to separate light and darkness. Is there a seam? Is there a dividing line? Nobody can find it because there is not one. Darkness and light are coalesced like a glass of milk, so to speak, just to use that analogy. Mm-hmm.
I love that analogy. It I like the visualization of it. It's
Mm-hmm.
like when, because a lot of people are going against the bad guys. That's why Alan Watts said, like, the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Well,
Because
yeah, that's a very popular phrase in society. Yes, that one. Because Alan Watts comes from that way of expressing, whereby back then the simplicity of the society was still kind of innocent in a sense. Society as a whole, or the human race, was still a bit innocent. But it's not that the innocence is lost. In fact, it's almost like a restoration now. That innocence is being restored, but it's going all the way back this time. And when I say this time, because that's what apparently appears to be in space and time, what's manifesting, what apparently appears to be arising as manifestation. But it's temporary, see, because it's impermanent at the same time. It's also impermanence. So nothing is permanent and nothing's exclusively impermanent. See, nothing, no thing is exclusively, specifically permanent, and nothing is specifically impermanent. It's both permanent and impermanent. It is and it is not. It's observable and unobservable all at the same time. It's real and unreal. You can't just focus on the real because the conjured self does that. It still self identifies with realness and permanence, and it sticks with that. It sticks with what's real, what's tangible, what's observable, and it stays with that. It stays with what is so because it believes that. It believes in permanence. It thinks that this is a permanent existence. It thinks in terms of, well, I was born, this was my life, that was the beginning of my life, and I really don't want to die because I know that I will no longer exist. I will die, and that will be the end of it. So then it starts entertaining hope. Starts coming up with ideas like reincarnation, levels to achieve. I'm going to come back. Yeah. See, it starts convincing itself. The subconscious self starts convincing, and there it goes all over again. See, it starts
Now
doing
that's
that. See,
the that's what it means by die before you die. Die to the
yeah,
self.
yeah.
Ah, I
See,
see.
there you go. Good one, Leonard. That's it. That's it right there. Yeah.
Yeah, mm.
Hmm.
But you don't die. It dies spontaneously. You're not doing it. It will die by itself, right?
There you go. The dreaming will just be happier, so to speak. In other words, what we truly are is energy. So we're energetic movements. Quality of consciousness, energy, constantly energetic. Animation, the appearance of animating a human corporeal form, a body, mind, we're manifesting. You know, that's why this holographic universe of Michael Talbot and the idea of a matrix. That's why it's such a strong popular idea right now among these physicists regarding that are we living in a holographic universe? That's why that is so strong, that idea, because it's quite close to this description regarding the temporariness of time in space and time, but not of space and time, out of nowhere, out of nothing, manifesting temporarily for an indeterminate duration in space and time and not of space and time, both. And it's always been that way. That's one way of describing it. So the idea of the matrix and that these body minds are projected in avatar, that's why that idea is so strong. But they're still getting into particulars. They're still describing a duality. They're still focusing on, well, if I'm representing an avatar and I appear in a particular way, then that means I'm specifically that way, and then I need to achieve the next level,
Mm.
and then the level after that, and then the level after that, like a game, like Sims. I need to get another life. Yeah, like the game, the video game. I need to get another life. So how
So
am I
so
going to get more
the
lives when they run out? What do I do when they run out? Okay, well I'll get some more. It just continues to thinking of more and more and more. Something else to achieve, something else to grab and reach for, something else to. It believes in evolution big time. It believes in spiritual evolution. I'm going to evolve. I'm going to become refined. I'm becoming. No, there is no becoming going on. It thinks in terms of becoming. It thinks in terms of I'm going to be better than I was in this life when I get the next life go around. Because I've collected all these experiences in this life. I collected them for myself. See, there it is again, the separation, eternal uniqueness. I'm a very special avatar in this video game. So I'm going to get it.
mm,
I know I'm assured I'm going to get other lives because, the reincarnation, it tells me this.
that's the
Reincarnation.
new age version of ascended masters.
The
I don't know.
Akashic records.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
Really? You sure?
I've heard of
How
that.
do you know that?
No
Nobody
way.
knows that. No. You got your near death experiences though. They get a glimpse of what. That's why I put uh, the Conjured Self Facebook page. I put
Oh, I read
a
that.
tunnel of light.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, I read that. Mhm.
yeah. Guess why I put a tunnel of light there? It's to draw and appeal to the Conjured Self that's still thinking in terms of separation and dualities. It's still thinking in terms of my life, what matters to me. Um, I'm separate. I'm here, and you're over there, and it spins like that.
So it's bait. Is it bait?
No, it's not. It's not even. It's not even bait. It just believes that it has to be a certain way. It
You
just,
know,
yeah.
I'm sorry. I want
No,
to
no,
be.
go ahead.
I was trying to be funny, but on a serious note, are you putting that out there to attract people that are seekers in a way? Like they're misguided,
In a sense,
or whatever.
in a sense, that's kind of it. But it's not recognizing that anybody is misguided, because nobody is misguided. In other words,
Right. I knew that was
nobody
the wrong
is
term.
on the right path, and nobody's
Because there
on the
is no
wrong
path.
path. There
Because there
is
is
no
no path.
path. There's a pathless
Okay.
path, just like Leonard has on there. Yes, Leonard, pathless path. Indeed. Yes. Yes.
I heard the road to heaven was narrow, but now there's no path at all.
That's right. And there's no road. Ah. There is no highway. There is no road. There is no gates. You know, the golden gates. There are no gates. It's
Peter.
it's a gateless gate. No, see, then we start talking about angels and certain orders, and then we get into specific types of angels, and then we start spinning off and branching off to something else that's new agey. You know, that's easy. That's easy to go back and talk about that, about the 4 orders of angelic beings, supernal beings: the Ophanim, the cherubim, the seraphim, and the evil ones, the Nephilim, the fallen ones.
Speaking of evil, can I interject for a second?
Oh, of course.
I had a you know, the thing of where 2 or more gathered, there I am. Right.
Yeah.
Also,
yeah.
in my name, where 2 or more gathered in my name.
Yeah.
So if all these forces, if there's positive forces and negative forces, does that mean like Jesus's spirit's here with us, right? Or never left, or I don't know how the right way to look at it. But my question is, does that mean that there's also an opposite spirit that's like in the background? I mean,
easy to answer all those questions. There is neither. There is neither all good and there's neither all bad. It's neither. So what are you left with? Nothing has to be exclusively good. Nothing has to be exclusively bad. What are you left with?
Just is.
Just is. See, there's nothing. And I know it sounds so simple, right? That can't be it. See, the conjured self's going back here and regrouping. It's regrouping in the mind that you think is your own mind. It's going, nah, that can't be it. Nah, that can't be it. So I'm going to keep seeking anyway. I'm going to be respectful. I'm going to say, well, yeah, okay, that's your answer, but I'm still not satisfied. The conjured self's not going to be satisfied with that. No, because it doesn't feel fulfilled yet. It doesn't feel like that's the real answer. It
needs a label.
Yeah, it needs something to hold on to. It needs a concept and an idea to believe in. It needs something to believe in.
Give me something to believe in.
Yeah, that's like the song. There you go. That's right. It always wants something to believe in, because then it could take that concept, whatever it might be, and use it for itself. See, because it's still operating on this idea mind. That was my idea. I know it, so now I can use it. See, that's not necessary. You never have to know anything. You never have to do anything. Just simply be, because you're already being anyway. All along, the heart's been beating. Yeah. Do we have to force the heart to beat? Do we have to think about it? Say, beat heart, come on, beat. You know, and breathing. Yeah. Do we have to tell the body, okay, time to breathe in, time to exhale out? You know, that's a meditative practice. Sure it is.
Right.
Breathing is a meditation. Yeah, breathing is a meditation. Guess what's the ultimate meditation of all? I don't mean meditator. There are no separate meditators, but meditation, the activity of meditation, meditatings. That's this. That's being aware to being aware, awake to being awake. That's the energetic movement and the current of, yes, the absolute Brahman, that which is everything and nothing, inseparably so and not so ad infinitum. That's this. Always, always, regardless of the thoughts that are entertained, and any thought that will ever be entertained, because that's a self-conjured self-believing still. Well, I gotta keep entertaining thoughts, or else I go crazy, or else I'll get bored. I need to still seek more. I still need to know more. Because if I know enough, then I'll be satisfied. Good luck with that one because it will never be satisfying. It won't. The self-conjured conjured self will not be satisfying. It needs something to know and it needs something to do because it thinks in the doing and the knowing, it'll get better. It'll be a better version of itself. Yeah. Then it can think in terms of, then I can come back in another life because I build up all these knowings and doings in this life. So now my next life will be better because I built up this file. There's an Akashic records. I can go back to that and I use that. See, it thinks in terms of those concepts. Why? Because it was popular and a lot of other conjured cells went along with it and agreed. It's in the agreements. Just like the society when and just it goes back to the same thing. You're told certain things to believe in. And can you remember the last time when you were a kid, your child, and when you stopped believing in Santa Claus? See, you can't pinpoint that, can you? Because it was unreal. It really didn't happen. All of the stories of the past really didn't happen. They weren't separate happenings. They were not separate events. This is not a separate event. This Zoom, this meeting that we're having here, this is not a separate event. Oh yeah, sure, you can record it, and then you could rewind it like the old VHS tapes. Rewind it. Yeah, Be Kind to Rewind. You remember that?
Right, I remember that.
Yeah, at the Blockbuster, wasn't it? Yeah. See, I gotta let this sit though. I'm saying way too much, maybe too much in a pace. Maybe I need to slow this down so some of this will sink in because it needs to. Why does it need to? So that recognition and the collapse of separateness and individuality, terminal uniqueness will drop, and then you'll notice some call it oneness. Some call it oneness. Some call it enlightenment. You know, that's fine. You can call it enlightenment if you want. You can call it oneness if you want. But it still is just simply the absolute. It's still the absolute. Always has been, always will be, always, always. Everything and nothing is separately so and not so ad infinitum. No beginning, no end. The Alpha and Omega. Yep. Mm-hmm. The unspoken yes. Mm.
Oh.
You can catch it. You can especially catch it in silence. That's when you could notice it working. The conjured self, the spinning of the thoughts in the mind. It's just a mind, okay? It's not your mind. It's not my mind. It's not his mind. It's not her mind. There are no separate minds, but they'll still take ownership of them because that's what they believe. See, it's in the beliefs and it's the thinking and it's the convincing. It's a self-convincing. It's a self-identification. You know, it's the self-centeredness. Everything that has to do with the self is what it believes and what it knows. It thinks it has a mind of its own. They can entertain thoughts and say, "Yeah, that's my thought. I thought about this the other day. Yeah. Oh, I thought about something else the other day. So I'm going to take that thought and I'm going to ask some other separate people, see, that are out there, the everybody and everything else that I believe is society, and I want to be part of that. So what group do I need to join so I can feel like I'm part of something else? See, separation again. None of that's necessary. None of it. Nothing's necessary like that. To add more, like as though you're thinking you're adding more to this that already is. It's already set up. It's almost like a stage, and there's a stage within stages. There's a philosopher that once said something along those lines. It's actually a Rush song. It's a Canadian song that the drummer Neil Peart wrote. And in those lyrics, where to all the world's a stage, we are merely players, performers, and portrayers. Each another's
in some
audience.
Predetermined pace.
See, there's even Zen in music and in the culture.
Yep.
And it starts catching it. It starts finding it in books, starts finding it in art, It starts finding in all the different manifestations that the conjured self has conjured, but it's not a bad conjuring. Are there good conjurings and bad conjurings? In a sense, you might be able to notice those distinctions. Yeah. Is it wrong to think that way? No. Again, there's nothing exclusively right and nothing exclusively wrong. It's still part of all of it. Always, always. So it's a win-win. If you think in terms of winning or losing, there are no losers. And there are no exclusive winners. But it's still a win-win. In a sense. In other words, you can't go wrong and you can't go right. Yeah, you can't go right, you can't go wrong. It's both. And neither matters anyway. If you feel like you're getting it right, you feel like you're getting something wrong, none of that matters. Neither of it does. Just simply is. Simply part of this. Yeah. And we're all part of it, like a link in the chain, so to speak. You use all kinds of analogies for that.
I remember my friend's story about I was asking about free will, and then he said this story about, let's say you're in a convenience store and you're choosing one item after another, and then let's say you choose item A, and then you change your mind to item B. I said, then I chose it. No, choosing just happens. It's not you who chose it. It's still
That's right.
choosing still happens. So
Yeah.
that made me think for
Yeah.
for days.
Preferences just continue to happen. The preferences, yes, it's true. Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like I willed to choose the item B. It's just that where did that thought of choosing item B came from?
That's right.
So it's like it just apparently happened.
Because the conjured self thinks it came up with that idea. It thinks that
Yeah.
I thought about that, so I'm going to do something about it. Then I'm going to believe it or not. It doesn't matter if it believes it, it believes anything really. It doesn't matter if it has any belief or it doesn't have a belief. Neither matters. It just simply is. Always has been, always will be. Everything and nothing is separately so and not so. Yeah, the absolute Brahman. That's it. That's it. Now,
Passover.
yeah, right. Well, in a sense, it's true because the God herself used to think that it was going to continue to live, and then at the end of its life, it's going to die. It holds on to that belief, that idea. But that separate sense of self can die before the body-mind appearance is no longer visible in mirrors. It can. That can happen.
Oh, that's you. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Well, you got some lights out in some of the other rooms there.
Yeah, I'm in my kitchen.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
I thought as my grandson came back out, I thought it was the animal.
Yeah. What area of California did you say you were? Where?
I'm like 5 minutes from the Oregon border.
Oregon border. Okay. Oh man, wilderness.
Yeah.
Wilderness. The red and all that. Yeah.
The redwoods. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the redwoods. Do you think there's a Sasquatch, Bigfoot out there somewhere?
Who am I to say? I mean, if my personal opinion, if there is, I would compare it to like a North American ape, or something that's smart enough to stay away from people. But I don't personally know. So, but if it is, that's how I would describe it.
Did you ever hear of the Patterson film?
Is that the one where the guy he was walking across and he recorded him?
Yeah.
And they spent like 30 years debunking it, approving it, all that.
In the 70s, yeah.
It's fake. It's real. It's fake. It's real.
Patterson film, yeah. Yeah, they're all on the fence on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it looked pretty good, I mean, and of course you have, I guess, competing ideas, duality, everybody's saying that it's, one side saying it's real and the other one saying, no, it's fake.
Mm-hmm.
Look a monkey
it's
wouldn't
both.
do that. Well, look,
all
when
along
he turns,
it's both. It's not particularly real and it's not particularly unreal. It's both.
What's funny is I was thinking that you know, a long time ago, before like all videos, everybody had a video camera in their hand. It was like, if we only had videos of this stuff, it would prove. And it's like,
yeah.
it's like, well, it's all Photoshop now, you know. It's like, so now what? Once you, I mean, I don't know. It just seems like the ball keeps moving. You know what I mean? The
And it will.
goalpost or whatever.
Yeah, it will, because that's what apparently appears to be happening or arising. What's not happening? Well, I'll tell you what's not happening. All the ideas and the concepts and the knowings and that opinions, beliefs, all that's not happening. It's conjured. Oh yeah, oh yeah. But they can't just leave everything be. No, it has to be something. It has to be categorized. It has to be defined. I've got to put it over here in the knowings, and then I got to take what I don't know as unknowable. So I got my knowables over here, and we got. It's sort of like the marble collector. You know, you got your bag of marbles, and some you favor more than others. You know, maybe a certain pattern, certain color. So you keep your special marbles in one bag, and the ones you really don't like, you try to trade them off. You know, when you're playing the game, marbles. Yes. Anyway, you probably remember marbles, but
yes, I do. That's why I'm laughing.
But I think Leonard believes that you and I have lost our marbles.
Oh. You've never played with your marbles.
No. Oh man, I come up with all kinds of jokes too. Why was
Laughter's good?
Why? Oh, it's always good medicine. Yeah, the endorphins for the body mind. Sure, that's great. That still goes on. Why was a bicycle leaning against the fence?
Why
Leonard,
was
know the
the
answer
bicycle?
To this one? Leonard?
No, no, no.
I have a guess.
Because it was too tired.
Uh-huh.
Too tired. Too tired. I know. That's freaking. What do you call that?
I thought you were gonna tell me there is no fence. Yeah. Like, okay.
Oh no, I was thinking in terms of kind of popular. So I was kind of lightening it up, you know, lighten up the mood here with some jokes.
Too tired.
Yeah, but that's kind of lame, isn't it? That's a little bit weak. Yeah, but I don't know. I kind of appreciate kind of the dry humor kind of thing. This body mind action figure operates on sarcasm. It really likes sarcasm and witticisms and things like that.
Yeah.
I think that's why I appreciate the British humor of the Monty Python so much. All the Monty Python movies. You seen any of them?
Sometimes it yes.
You've seen Monty Python movies?
I've seen the Monty Python little skits or whatever you call it.
Oh, skits, but you haven't seen the movies yet.
I don't think so.
Oh man, the movies are great. They're really funny. They're just a lot of fun. They really are. Yeah. But
and
again,
Red Skeleton, are they the same?
Red Skeleton. Well, you see, everybody's got a different sense of humor. See, here it goes. There it goes. See, everybody has their own sense of humor. Now, to say it that way, it doesn't mean they own it. You know, it's just a figure of speech to say that, you know, each of us have preferences. That's what I kind of meant to say. But the Conjured self starts catching itself and starts noticing, because the collapse, the falling away, it can't express the way it used to. The action figure, the body mind complex, the Conjured self, it used to think in terms of what I knew and what I know and what I'm doing. That it believes in all the doings and knowings it has ever done, the story of its life. It believes that. It believes it's a separate narrator of a story. And it's still writing its story even now. It believes that. And it thinks, wow, I wonder what's in store for me tomorrow. See? And it starts going off in fantasy land and thinking of what's not happening. It really gets into what's not happening. Is the past still happening? No. Is the future happening? No. Is there anything happening? No. Are there any particular events that are happening to me? See? How about you? Or how about her or him? Or them, or then you see it starts trailing off into separation like that, and then it just continues to entertain. That is the parasitic movement of the mental thought system. It takes the conjured itself and it uses it to think in terms of beliefs and knowings and doings, that you're a separate doer, separate knower, and it goes on like that with separation. It's not a wrong thing, it's not a bad thing, it's not a good thing either. It's neither. So it doesn't matter. See? All of that doesn't matter. It really doesn't. Even in a scientific sense, mattering, you have different states of matter. Yeah.
Yes.
Even in a scientific sense, that's not even happening. Well, why? We already know about the ultimate experiment, which is the double slit experiment. We recognize what's really seemingly going on there.
You know what after hearing, talking about the illusions that we create for our, I guess, so we can survive or exist in this plane, or for whatever reason, I don't really know. That's what I'm getting. But when I was thinking that, like this coffee cup, it's like I see it this way or as that, but how is it really? Is it really just like liquid suspended, and I visualize in my mind, I made this cup a thing so I can grab it?
What I'm about to say, William, it's gonna freak you out, man. I'm not sure if I should say it.
Say it. Break me.
Oh, are you sure?
I'm gonna be broken. Sure.
Leonard,
what the hell?
you probably know what I'm about to say, right? Something like Tim Newman. You know how he says. Anyway, Tony Parsons too. The cup you were holding right then, right? Pick it up again. Pick it up. You know what that cup's doing? The cup is cupping. The cup is cupping. Does that make sense?
Well, when I think of cupping, it's holding.
The cup is appearing as a cup, right?
Correct.
So that's everything cupping. That's the absolute, that's everything cupping. I know, right? Stuff, and it's like the dog again. Just a benefit.
Yeah, that's the answer I got when I asked them. Can you tell me what about the angels? It's just the absolute angeling. I don't know how to comprehend.
So this is the
well, first of all, there are no angels. There's no separate orders of angels. There's no hierarchy of supernal beings, as you may have read in New Age circles. There's not any Ophanim or Seraphim, Cherubim, because the Nephilim are mentioned in Genesis, in a version of the book of Genesis. The Nephilim, the fallen ones. Yeah, yes. That's a story. That's a story of Earth. By the way,
right. The Geber.
There is more than one story of Earth. There is history. Yeah, but what happened to herstory? Why does it always have to be history? You ever thought about it? You don't look at it this way, do you? History and herstory, neither are really happening or happened. But the historian becomes a historian because he's going to go with a particular version of the history of the Earth, of the planet. So he's got a certain version. And you know what they call them? And with the Darwinian as well, falls into play here, the different eras. Mesozoic era, with Cro-Magnon man, all this and that sort of. See? More conjuring. See?
Cultable.
They're just entertaining all these different concepts and ideas. That's all those are. Those are just imaginings. Those are conjurings. It's not truly, really that way. The particular versions of Earth, all of them, don't really matter on their own. Therefore, does history need to be rewritten? No. Guess what? You know why? There is no history. Ouch. Don't tell me that. No. Don't tell me there's no history. I know there was a history. I know I had a history. See? It starts going into I know, I believe, I had a past. Look, you can look at the family album. My mom's got freaking all kinds of bukus of pictures in the family albums. She's got about 5 family albums, and she had a Kodak camera in her hand almost 24/7. I feel, because how do you fill 5 family albums. You got to be taking lots of pictures back then, back when Kodak was around and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Remember when 1 hour photo was like, oh my God, that's so awesome.
yeah. Oh yeah. That they thought that, wow, this is quite a breakthrough here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
1 hour.
Yes.
All your pictures.
And now that you're bringing this up, well, can you imagine if the stealth bomber was seen back in the 1930s?
Yeah.
What would they
It'd
call
be
that?
alien,
Yeah, wouldn't
UFO.
they? That's a UFO, wouldn't they?
Mm-hmm.
What if? Here's just simply entertaining idea for fun.
Okay.
What if the future? They had a time machine, and the future is coming back to different timelines, the past, to change something in history as the continuum has been going along. I don't know if you've ever noticed this, but sometimes this body mind is still curious, you know, about what apparently appears to be happening. There are allegedly captures of video and captures of images that show as though it's photoshopped, as though there's a woman on a cell phone in a 1930s,
Oh, I've seen that.
1940s, yeah, like
Yeah.
that sort of thing. Then you're entertaining the idea: is that Photoshop, or is that the time machine somebody went in the future and was just left there, and then they had to fend for themselves, so they integrated with that era, that time period. So see how
Or a
good,
dimension or dimensional shift.
yeah, hyperdimensional, and this is why the UFOs can wink out, because they travel through wormholes, and see, so you start thinking in terms of, it's just unknowable, but sometimes the knowable becomes the unknowable becomes knowable, is what I'm trying to say. Right now it's unknowable how these alleged advanced beings that are similar to the human race here on this planet, they may have had a head start. Now there's this astrophysicist that entertains these ideas. His name is Mikio, I think it's Michio Kaku. Kaku.
Oh, maybe.
Something like that. I can't remember. Something like that. Mikio Kaku. I just typed it in the chat there. He believes. No, I'm not sure if he believes it, but he does entertain the idea. And I was checking out a documentary the other day, and I still look into things, because that goes on, because this body mind action figure still has purposes. This conjure still has purposes, and there's nothing wrong with that, because it doesn't really matter either way. It's just entertainment. It's just everything entertaining itself through these temporary manifestations as us as human beings, and that, you can call it whatever you want to call it, but it's not exclusively any particular way. But yet, although the collapse and the falling away continue, these ideas are still entertained. It's not to say that now that you know about non-duality, don't you dare go back to looking at anything else. No, that's not what we're saying here. We're not saying that, because it still goes on. The preferences and all that sort of thing, it still goes on. But behind the scenes, though, like in the Wizard of Oz, so to speak, it's collapsing. It's falling away so subtle, maybe hasn't been noticed yet. Maybe even after this Satsang, or maybe some other non-duality speaker along the way that you may look into, eventually it may actually begin to collapse. Anyway, regardless of if you're noticing it or not. But the moment it collapses to a certain degree, we really don't know what degree that is. But if enough of this separate sense of a self collapses to a certain degree, then the noticeability or the recognition of the fact that there is no separation, then there's this almost like an expansion. It's almost like an aperture opening up, and then it goes like this, and then it opens up past here, because these different versions of ourselves pop up like this. Okay, here I was, 1970. Okay, yeah, that falls. More time goes by. Then another version of me pops up, 1980, and then that falls, and then meanwhile, this is going on. It's just to use an example of what apparently appears to seem to be what constitutes a falling away or a collapse. So it's getting like this, 1990, and it's coming to the present now because it's thinking in terms of past, present, and future. It's still thinking of the threefold principle, that the time continuum is a threefold principle: past, present, future, threefold principle. And third dimensional construct, threes, things in threes, the Trinity, you know, the three, the number three. Anyway, so it's going like this, and it's getting close to now. And then when it hits now, in terms of timekeeping, to say that this is the year 2021, yeah, in agreement, everybody's following the same calendar, so to speak. But then you go to China and Japan, and then they have their calendars. So you see their separation is still going on in some other parts of the world, and there's nothing wrong with that. It just apparently appears to be that way. So here it is, 2021, the collapse, falling away. And then guess what happens after that? It goes past like this. It keeps going. It goes like that. And guess where it's headed to? Nowhere. Nothing. And that's, in a sense, what we are. In other words, we're energetic movements. We still feel as though we exist, but also we don't. We are and we are not. There's nothing wrong with that. But
I like that better. I like that better. That's easier to digest for
yeah,
me. I am, but I'm not.
Yeah, I am and I'm not. Yeah.
Yes.
We are and we are not. We're both. It's all of it is included. Because it was already that way even before we thought we were born. That was the beginning of our life. See? No, it's just life appearing through another human body. See? It's just life lived through. See? So there is no beginning and no end to anything. Not even the idea of being born and dying. And yet, what reinforces the conjuring of a beginning and ending? The birth certificate and the death certificate. Beginning and end of my life, of the name that's on that birth certificate. See? Now, let that one digest a bit. Mm-hmm. So if any questions come up, if you can answer them, then eventually you will be able to answer all those questions that the conjure self throws at you. You'll get to the point where you won't have to even attend any of these satsangs. You'll just already have the self inquiry. In other words, you don't really have it, but the self inquiry begins to answer all your questions with an unspoken yes. It's an upload. It's an upload of all that is and is not. It's the absolute. It's the Brahman. It's everything and nothing except to be so and not so. Eventually, not only, and that's what causes seemingly the collapse and the falling away. It's the upload. You know, it's no longer a separate person thinking in terms of my mind, my ideas, my knowings. I'm the separate knower. I'm the separate doer. You know, that collapses. So the me dies. That, you know, that separate sense of self, it collapses to a point of where it's no longer, you know what I mean? It's no longer alive. It's no longer keeping up, trying to keep you to do more, to think more, to becoming better, a better version of myself, all of that. Myself, there is no self. Never was a self. It was just believed. It was just thought to be so. It was thought to be that particular way when it was not. because it's all also not. See, it is and it is not. But you see, the self-contract self operates on one or the other. It only focuses on what it believes is so, but it doesn't include the not so. Or it thinks in terms of everything is not so, but it excludes the so-ness and the not so-ness. It's all intertwined. It's coalesced. It's oscillating all together. It's all one energetic movement. It's like that force that's mentioned in Star Wars. The force, may the force be with you. Well, it already is. It's with you. It's with me. It's with you. It's with everybody. Every body mind manifestation that appears as an apparent appearance, the force is with absolutely everything and nothing, separately so not so. So there it is. Kind of like that. It's almost like that. That's encapsulating it in a nutshell. But then again, there is no nutshell. See, just like the Matrix, there is no spoon. But it looks like it's bending, and I'm bending along with the spoon. It's going like this. I'm making that bendy. I'm making the spoon bend. No, you're not a spoon bender. Because there is no spoon. It just apparently appears to be that there is one. Just like the cup. Just like the cup cupping. Yeah? Or the bowl bowling. Everything in the bowl is bowling. And you could take any object that you believe is separate and it is called a name. It's given a title, an entitlement, or a name or category. You take anything that you think is separate in terms of thinking, in terms of separation, when it really isn't that way either. It's both. So you see, that's how the collapse begins, seemingly so. There seems to be a beginning, but when it does happen so subtly, you won't be able to really pinpoint it. You might be able to generally say what month and what year, but I don't think you can really narrow it down any further than that because it happens so suddenly, unexpectedly. You say, "Oh well, wow." I was thinking in terms of what I knew and what I believed in, but then I woke up the other day and there was just simply all these beliefs, all these thoughts. Like an example of consciousness, the mind, the sky, and the clouds represent thoughts. And those clouds are going by, but it's not affecting the sky. Thoughts are the same way in the mind of a body mind action figure. They're just thoughts. They don't have to be entertained. But the moment that they are, then it's turned into something. You see, and then a thought is turned into something as though that particular thought has to have subjectivity and objectivity for that thought to have arisen. See? So, any thoughts?
It's just it's like this Zoom meeting I didn't really plan on. I was just scrolling my feed and I saw it. I was drawn to it. And the day before that, somebody like sent me a book of Jed McKenna, and the spirit that he said shattered all his beliefs. And while I was reading it, it's really, and I didn't plan it. It just happened.
Yeah, you don't have to. You don't have to plan anything. Yeah, nobody has
It's
to
like,
plan anything. Nobody has to plan anything. There is no planning that has to be planned.
yeah, and also the I think it's also the loss of context. Like there's no special here or there. It's just preferences,
Yes.
appearing preferences, right? Like
Yeah.
no
They're
more
just
good or
appearances.
bad.
Yeah, that's right. They're just appearances appearing. And nobody has to know that. Nobody has to do anything about it. It's just
Hmm.
it's just arising. as this anyway. Simply this, just like Jim Newman says, and simply this. It's got a website and all that sort of thing. And it's like the open secret. This is that open secret. Because Tony Parsons, he's kind of the godfather of neo-Advaitins, so to speak, because he was at this message. He's one of the first in modern times. In modern times, he sort of represents, sort of like one of the very first ones that made an impact. How did he do the impact? Did he do that of his own free will and volition? No, he didn't. It's just apparent. It appears to be what happened out of the message. And then Jim Newman took Tony Parsons' message, and then somebody else took that message, and then some other body fell away and collapsed and recognized the everywhereness. Yeah, the beloved, and you can call it any of these empty fullness, like Tony Parsons says. There's all these different phrases that is uttered by the body mind, but it's just temporary. It doesn't have any real substance. It's not permanent. It's just a description. It's just a description and expression. It's just like clouds going by, they're actually going to dissipate and they're no longer going to be visible. Same with our manifestations as a human. So many indeterminate years are going to go by, and you don't have to dwell on the future. You don't have to fear it. You don't have to be scared that's going to be an ending. Why? Because it's simply unknowable. Let it just simply be. And then the dream, it will be a happier dream. The dream of the dreamings, as the collapse will continue and fall away, then the peace that surpasses all understanding. Where have you heard that before, Will? Do you remember that one?
Peace.
Peace that surpasses all understanding.
No, I was lost in thought. Sorry,
That's all right.
I was thinking of what you were saying and relating it to
yeah, that's okay.
my life.
That's all right. That's okay. Yeah. You notice what you just said there, William, right? My life. See?
Yes.
Yeah. See, you're still thinking in terms. It's not a bad thing that you're thinking in terms of your life, but you see, that will fall
this
away.
Life.
That will fall away, and be almost replaced with, oh, there's just life. Because this body mind action figure, this conjured self used to conjure the idea that I had my own life too. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I had my own life, and I have my body, and I have my family. Everything's mine. I'm thinking in terms of mine. It's separate. It's unique. Yeah, there's other families I know, but they're not as special as my family.
So are you now in the state where Krishnamurti was saying, I don't mind what happens? So you don't have any fear of whatever's gonna happen anymore?
That's right. Precisely, Leonard. Yes.
If it's God's will, huh?
No fears whatsoever. Because fear stems from what? Where does fear originate from? The unknown. Why is there somebody thought to be fearing that which is unknown? There's no reason, meaning, and purpose. There is none. There never was. See, what the self-conjured self does, it conjures the idea that absolutely everything must have a reason to be, a meaning to appear, and a purpose that I can use and apply it to myself in terms of a skillful means. I can use that for me so that I can be a better version of myself. See, it's always thinking of my needs. And if I don't feel fulfilled enough, I'm going to conjure some type of knowing, some type of doing, some kind of knowledge base, some kind of feeling, some kind of emotion. That's what I'm after, because I'm still not fulfilled. See, the conjured self in separation is never fulfilled. It is never fulfilled because it's continuing to try to maintain the permanence of that which is not permanent. It's trying to maintain permanence, but it can't do it. But it thinks it can, so it's stubborn. It keeps trying. It doesn't give up. It won't give up. until the natural collapse continues to fall away, the collapse more and more, where at the same time, the every-awareness and the timelessness and the boundless, infinitudinal complexification, infinity. Everything is appearing finitely, is Maya. It's just all illusion. It's a dream, okay? Everything that appears and arises is just a dream. But behind that dream is the infinite. It's still behind it, but it's not separate from it. It is part of it. It is that. The absolute Brahman is Maya and everything else that may arise. And nobody has to know that because nobody can. Nobody is anywhere in some separate place in some specific coordinate in space and time that has to think to themselves, oh, well, I know that now, so I'm going to find out some more knowings because I have to seek some more so I can gather a knowledge base because I think I need to improve and be a better version of myself. See, then it starts spinning again and orbiting a mind that it believes it's its own mind, to entertain thoughts that their own thoughts, entertain ideas that their own concepts that they came up with it. They conjured them. They take full responsibility. Say, oh yeah, that was my thought. I thought about that the other day. You know what? I'm going to share this thought and see what you think too, because I'm in agreement that you're just like me. I'm in agreement that you feel you're separate from me, and that I'm separate from you, and there's an agreement going on here. And then Leonard's separate from me, and Leonard's separate from you, William, and then there's this separation that stops to be going on and believed? No. It's in those agreements that cause the separation, the sense of a separate self. It's in the agreements in groups. So there's this idea of a societal structure where there's this sheeple mentality, so to speak, where everybody's following everybody else. And you even hear it in the speech and the way the new generation is speaking. And I call it the likety-like principle. Likety-like. Notice it. You'll pick it up. You'll see a lot of these youngsters, when they try to describe something, the word like is in there too many times, redundantly.
Oh,
I don't know if you've ever noticed
totally.
the speech. Yeah, the speech sounds the same. It's as though they're from a cookie cutter. That everybody's copying. Everybody thinks that if I don't copy my friends in school, then I'm going to look as though I'm not part of it. I'm going to feel like I'm not part of the rest of my friends and the group. So I'm going to copy them. I think I need to copy them and speak like they do and express like they do and wear the same kind of clothes. And then you see, the conjure conjures that idea because it doesn't feel like it belongs. It doesn't have a sense of belonging. It feels alone. It feels separate. It believes in that separation, that feeling of loneliness. Because it thinks that, see? And why does it think that? Because it stems from what it was exposed to in its innocence. Remember the scolding and the strict upbringing of a parent, and then the reinforcement, then law, the law tells you have to go to school, or a truant officer will get in touch with your parents and then see how it gets reinforced. It's not that way on purpose. It's just what apparently appears to have happened, where there's a societal structure in the United States and it happens to be in that particular part of the planet, and then Canada, kind of similar, and Australia, kind of similar. Here in the United Kingdom, the only difference there is the arrangement of the academic system is a little bit different. They recognize NVQs, not credits, not college credits. You can't use American college credits, if you wanted to go to college and specialize in something. So there's so many examples, so many. They're innumerable. The countenance of that which can be conjured is as immeasurable as there are grains of sand on every single beach on this planet. Countenance is immeasurable. And that's the same to say about the points of light in the night sky, in a clear sky. billions and billions of stars, the countenance is immeasurable, the galaxies, planets, and then, yes, see? And then the insignificant sets in. Now it's neither. It's neither insignificant and it's neither exclusively insignificant and it's neither infinitudinal complexification or timeless, boundless, endless. It's all of it. It's always, always. So no matter what thought is entertained by the conjured self, it is that and so much more, even beyond that. So that's why the statement is mentioned. It's everything and no thing, inseparably so and not so, with no meaning, reason, and purpose, two by four from, about, with, upon, around, before and after, nobody. You see? And so once that sinks in, then the falling away and the collapse continues. It's going to continue and continue and continue. And then eventually it's not so subtle. And then one day the conjured self admits and it entertains an idea, it might have a dream. And then after it goes through a resting period, it wakes up the next day. And it's not going to understand what happened to itself. It's going to think that it was an event. That's when it died. That's what it'll feel like when that individual, that person that it used to thought it was an individual person, died. It's no longer given energy. That subjectivity and objectivity. It'll notice the oneness. It'll notice that the totality, you could call it, perhaps. I mean, there's so many English words that point to everywhereness. I mean, but you can't point to everywhere. But still, you're trying to make sense of this. But see, there it is. Nobody gets this. Trying to put it, it's indescribable in any language. Everything and nothing is separately so, not so, is indescribable. But yet the attempts are made nonetheless. Why? Because it's so stubborn. The conjured stuff so stubborn that I just have to know it. I have to feel like I'm getting it. Because I still don't feel like I'm getting it. You don't need to get it. Nobody needs to get it because they cannot. It's unknowable. Everything and nothing, separately so, not so, is unknowable. And there's still knowables that apparently appear to be known. Yeah. There's that which can be known, but there's also unknown. The unknown, it's unknowable. So it's both real and unreal, observable and unobservable, knowable and unknowable. Ad infinitum. It'll always be that way. No beginning, alpha to make it, no end. Continuous, 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 continuous. And it'll never stop. It never will. Because it never even started. Nothing began. Nothing ever started. I know. It's funny, isn't it? It is. It's hilarious. Because the conjured self's trying to still figure it out. Trying to get it. Wait a minute. Come on. I can get this. I know I can. I know I can. I know I can turn this into a belief. I know I can. And I'm going to keep trying to know it. Because I don't think. See? I don't think. See? I think and I don't think. How about trying to recognize that there's no separate thinker thinking about anything? Oh. There is no separate thinker thinking about absolutely nothing. Ouch. Ouch, man. The conjurer still goes, huh? What? What the hell? Sounds like lunacy. That sounds like craziness.
So if we are connected accordingly,
yeah.
What? I don't even know how to ask this.
I know. It's indescribable. See? Now in a sense, now you're starting to get it. Where the collapse has already, see? Now I'm recognizing the collapse has already started. Right there. It's starting, the collapse. Guess what, William? No turning back, man. It's hopeless. It's hopeless now.
It's over.
It's hopeless. All of it, man.
Ye who enter abandon all hope. Right?
Yeah, the Conjured still's going to try to make sense of this. It's going to say, "Oh, it's got to be something like that. It's a familiar phrase. It has to be
Yes.
that. Yeah, it's got to be." So
Well,
it's still going to try to hold on to its dear life. It doesn't want to die. Of course not. It wants to keep, going on, going on, going on, believing in what I think I need to know, and that kind of thing. Subjectivity, objectivity, all that sort of thing. Mm-hmm. The unspoken yes.
I'm making coffee, so that's why it
That's all right.
just so you know.
I need to get rid of some coffee, so you know.
Okay.
Be right back.
Go outside and see if I can hear the ocean.
What were you gonna ask earlier? Like
Oh,
if
I
like if we are connected and then you stopped yourself. Or stuff
because
happened.
I was asking. It's like if we're all connected, how are we connected? I don't really. It's like because when I hear connected, that would mean like me and you are connected, like, right? I mean, I should be able to, if we're not, if my thought's not my thought and it's your thought and it's his thought, but yet we don't recognize that, or am I just totally lost? I mean, I don't know. I don't understand this. That's why I was thinking, it's like, I said creation energy, but maybe it wasn't creation energy. Maybe it's energy. Is it the energy, God energy that connects us all? I mean, that was kind of what is it that is the connection? I
Okay.
know you heard me.
Yeah, I know, and I'm about to share. Yeah. As far as the connectivity,
Yeah.
there's already connectivity even before the idea of conjuring an idea of a certain type of connectivity.
Mm-hmm.
So creationism is one of them. To entertain the idea of creation is to say that there's a final creation. In other words, God said it was, let it be done. Let there be light, right? And there was light. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there was a word, then there was light, then there was manifestation, and that's it. That wasn't even a beginning because it was recognized that what apparently appeared to be a beginning of creation was not really an ending. In other words, there's a creation that's it. There's not going to be anything else created. You know, well, there doesn't have to be anything else created because there is just simply the activity of creatings, not a final creation, but creatings over and over and over again, more and more and more creatings that apparently appear to be creatings. But that's all of it. It's the creatings and the activity creatings, and then it's the appearance of that which seemingly was created, but it
Mm-hmm.
wasn't a final creation. See, there's nothing final, nothing ends. Absolutely nothing ends. So there's no beginning to anything, and there's no ending to anything.
You know, to say that, science in a way, in my mind, had proved it when they said that a black hole does not destroy. Information is not lost in a black hole. So, in my mind, a black hole was like the eternal death, or hell or something. But then
Nobody
they,
knows. Nobody knows
that's
that.
true.
They're going to keep theorizing what a black hole is. They just call it a black hole.
It's true.
Anything that can be theorized is just a theory. All right. And then there's the astrophysicist that says, I know the theory of everything because I wrote a 3-part series book, and I'm an astrophysicist. You should listen to me and attend my lectures. And then I could write on a chalkboard all the equations that shows and proves that the universe is finite. No, all conjured again. Everything cannot be theorized because there's also that which is nothing. There's everything and no thing, inseparably so and not so. That is not a theory, that's a fact.
And this nothing and everything. That's almost like people say, well, how could the Big Bang? Maybe I shouldn't be focusing on
No, it's
things
okay,
like
but
this.
there is no
But
how. They're just conjured. That's more conjuring. Big Bang, they're going to call it this, that, and the other. They're going to theorize string theory, quantum physics, all of that. That's just simply conjuring. It's entertaining ideas. It's not a wrong thing. It's not wrong to do that. It's just science. It's the language of science. That's it.
right.
Yeah, it's the language of science. Then there's the language of the English, and there's language of speech. Just speaking. It's everything speaking through action figures, body minds, and there's innumerable ones. The count is just measurable. Then see the speaking of words and the speech of a human corporeal appearance of a human being is no different than a bird song or a canine barking. Does that make
I'm
sense?
sorry.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I just had another idea.
Go ahead.
Do you know?
Sure.
Do you know the Egyptian? Is it Hermides? Hermides?
Yeah,
The
Hermetic. I know about the Hermetic
Hermetic.
order, and I even know
Okay.
about the Tibetan Book of the Living and the Dying and all that sort of thing. Yeah, I looked into all that stuff. Yeah.
Well, what my point was is that I was listening to. It's kind of new to me. I mean, I've heard about him, but I didn't know his name. I
That's
just heard
fine.
about the
Thoth,
work.
right? Thoth.
Yeah. No, anyways, I was listening to
The
this lady.
Hermetic order. Yeah.
Right. And anyways, it's a wonderful thing. She plays music and harmonies and stuff like that. But but the point that I was trying to get to is that she played a thing, noise from a star,
Okay.
and then she played the a bird and says this bird is mimicking that star.
Okay.
And I was told or heard, I wasn't told, nobody told me. I guess
Yeah.
I should be clear about
Yeah.
that.
Nobody tells anybody about anything. Yeah, that's true.
But she said that or somewhere I heard it, that basically we don't hear the stars anymore, you know. And I
Okay.
thought, well, that's interesting, you know, that animals do. And then I was listening to a recording of the Earth's magnetic
The Schumann
magnetosphere,
resonance.
and I was listening to wolves, and I was listening to the
Have you
way
ever
they.
have you ever heard of Schumann resonance?
No, I
That's
think
what
you said
that is.
human.
You just said it. The sounds of the earth. It's a certain
Yeah,
frequency.
and they're repeating it.
Yeah.
These animals are repeating these
Yes.
frequencies,
Yeah.
and I was just like, I know it's probably not new to you, but I was just like, wow. And,
It's neither.
why were they taken? Why was that ability or
Nothing
recognition?
is neither new or old.
Right. That part I remember.
Yeah.
Yes.
When you say
Nothing new under the sun.
yeah, if you say there's nothing new, you can't just leave it there. You know, you can't just say, well, nothing's new, and that's it. Well, wait a minute. Nothing's also old. Nothing's neither this or neither that. A
I guess
duality
that's
is
the
also
now, right? That'd be the now. That'd be now.
even
Everything's
saying
now.
even saying now is time appearing as though there's a now. Hmm? Yeah. I didn't write this stuff, man. I didn't write this stuff.
It's good. It's good.
I'm telling you.
You're just the actor in the play, right? You didn't write it.
No, it's just spontaneously, you know, expressed. That's it.
Yeah.
Spontaneously.
So, anyways,
Yeah.
I thought that was cool.
Yeah, sure it is.
Just to.
Yeah.
I don't
It's
know how
cool.
you felt when you were like, wow. I mean, I was just like tripped out by that.
Yeah. When you have you ever had an epiphany?
Well, I kind of thought maybe that was, but I'm not
Yeah.
sure.
You think that was an epiphany? You think it was?
I think it could have been.
Okay.
It definitely, because, you know, I didn't share all my thoughts, because then I feel like I'm wiseacring is the word. And I don't.
No, of course not. Share anything.
Yeah.
Share anything.
Well.
All right. Yeah.
Well, I know you guys know these things. I just
No, we don't.
I'm
No,
just.
we don't. Leonard's not going to claim we know anything, and I'm not going to claim I know anything. Isn't that right, Leonard?
It's true, right?
Come on.
So, nobody knows nothing.
Say it. You know you want to say it.
I do. I was just really, you know, the lady I was listening to, maybe sometime I could share the link with you, and then you could
sure.
check her out. But she
Okay.
talked about a harp, and she's talking about the Egyptians and how they had color coded on the harps.
Okay.
And that was about resonance and how all these frequencies and just more information than I actually know. You know, okay. I'm not musical, like, you know, I wish I was, but I'm not. So I get lost there. But I find it very interesting about resonance.
Yes.
And about Tesla.
Yes.
And how, and I've been trying to think, you know, he said that if you could just, and I don't understand it quite yet, but I understand that if you have a frequency, and like he said, I think he just had this little box once, and he said that he could bring down a building with this little box just by hitting it at a certain time, you know, in a certain order. And I thought, well, that's, you know, and then, you know, supposedly the 369 is the secret to Tesla's whatever, you know. It's like, okay, I kind of get the 369 because, you know, we study, you know, the triad and, you know, how that. So in a way, you know, I don't completely understand it, but it's like there's a familiarity to it.
Okay.
So, anyways, I was just
okay. Yeah.
And then the soul, I heard. Okay, now I'm kind of just going off, but
that's all right. Go ahead.
Thank you for indulging me. I must say.
Go for it. You gotta let it out, man. Don't keep it to yourself now.
Mm-hmm.
Share.
I heard the soul. The soul weighs 21 grams, right?
Okay.
And I heard that if you take the soul, or that the mass E equals MC square. Okay. The
Okay.
mass being your body, and I don't know
Mhm.
what the soul, but the soul being 21 grams.
Mm.
And if you do a calculation, you can come up with a person's resonance, is what I
Okay.
heard.
Okay.
And even though I don't know how to figure that out, but
Yeah.
this
Yeah.
is just what I
Frequencies of
heard.
resonance. No, I'm following you all the way through it. In
And
fact, I could add to all that.
that was my hope,
That's
you know,
okay.
because I'm
Oh
long.
yeah.
I just know a little like slivers of stuff, and I'm just like,
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
interests me, but I don't really
What
know it.
we're going to delve in now is our knowings. What you just said,
Mm,
knowings. That's all they are. That
mm.
which is thought to be known or knowable. Yeah, we can entertain those ideas. That's fine. There's nothing right or wrong about it.
Does it
You know?
interest you, Leonard? I don't
Yeah,
want to
yeah,
bore you
yeah,
with
yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
I don't want to go off topic.
No, Leonard just wants to
Yeah,
see what I'm going to say about it. That's
yeah,
why he's still
yeah.
here. So I wonder what he's going to say about that.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you, Leonard. I thought you said you were going to invite some people.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I shared it on my feed, and I was hoping that some of my friends who would look at it
Be
would
interested.
jump in the Zoom or stuff.
Yeah,
But,
maybe
yeah,
maybe maybe they're too shy.
uh,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Or maybe next week when this is gonna be ongoing every weekends,
Yes, it
right?
will. It'll be every weekend. Not just this next coming Saturday though. Uh, it just happened to have a work shift. I got to work and I use a computer that the company gave me. I do the home claims for RSA, Royal Sun Alliance. Do home insurance claims
Oh yeah, that's right.
on a computer. So I'll have to work a shift Saturday, but we can definitely do this on a Sunday, I suppose. Yeah, next Sunday is okay. I'll go ahead and post it like I've been posting. That'll be the third one if you're going to keep count. But you know,
Is there a limit?
no, no, I don't think
If
I
we're
don't
gonna
think there
count,
is.
I mean,
I
if
don't
we're gonna
think there's going to
count, I
be,
just
but
want to.
I'm kind of growing fond of YouTube being here with me, and we have this little group, and so far it's manageable. Because can you imagine if we get into greater numbers, it's going to have to go to raising hands, isn't it? We're going to have some type of order where
Order. Mm-hmm.
if somebody has a question, and then the first question that's always asked is anybody here new to non-duality?
Mm.
Yeah. See
Oh yeah,
that? Yeah. Yeah. Go
I
ahead.
forgot to say, like, somebody told me, like, he's afraid, or no, no, not afraid, like, that Zoom meetings have the tendency to have circular teachings and
Yeah.
quoting people's, but
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah.
Somebody expressed to me like that, and I
Yeah.
was I but yeah, I'm not sure how things will not be circular. I think but in the dualist, in the Maya, it will always be circular, right? It will not really, not there's no, I cannot explain it. Like, it will always be whatever kind of group, there will always be, like, perception. There will always be a sort of teaching in a way.
Yeah. These energetic movements
Oh.
will always appear differently. They will never appear exactly the same every time.
Yeah.
They'll always continuously appear to be as though they're completely, entirely different or new. Just like the story of in Christianity, in the Book of Revelations, they refer to a second coming,
Yeah.
Right.
and there was you know there was the first beginning of the story was that the Son of Man came to the earth. Then he took on all the mistakes and sins that all the future generations, including other folds means other races of human beings, but he was referred to far more than just what's in these versions of the Old and New Testament, of course, the New Testament as well. There is a third and final testament. There is one, and it's being written in a sense now. There's a third one, And it's being picked up based on what apparently appears to be going on now with this non-duality movement. In a sense, that final testament is going to encapsulate, like a thief in the night, a shift, such a quick shift, but so subtle that it's going to be like that thief in the night that's mentioned in the Christian circles when it refers to the second coming. Now, the second coming is not going to be Jesus Christ, descending and everybody's going to see. It's going to be similar to that, but not taking it to that literal sense. These 7 seals of prophecy that are mentioned in Revelations, they were watered down and the meanings were lost through transliterations from the Hebrew, the Greek, and the Latin, and all the transliterations and the meanings all got watered down and distorted because there were these scribes that were trying to interpret these other languages, and that's why there's so many versions of the Old and New Testament. There's 500 something like that, and 750 of the New Testament. So it got lost in translation. The actual message. This message
It does take digging.
This message doesn't happen. This message will not happen to that. Okay, so let's get back to the Tibetan and the Hermetic order and about the resonance and Schumann resonance. Now, the Earth is a planet, is a living planet. Okay, the planetary abode of the Earth is alive. It's like a huge living being, and its soil is its skin, and the oceans is 75% oceans. It's no coincidence that the body-mind form is comprised mostly of water. See, there's the correlation. The correlation of the human form with the planetary abode is a cohabitation. It's a cohabitation. It's always been this way. But it got lost through cultures, beliefs, religions, all of that overlapped, and that got forgotten. So when you come across somebody like this female you're talking about with the music and on the resonance, yes, that is so, but that's just barely scratching the surface of what the entirety of the infinite universe. That's just talking about one of the little grains of sand, so to speak, on a beach filled with grains of sand. So the countenance is immeasurable. So anything that's conjured like that, or anything that's recognized, anything that's noticed or appreciated, all of that is even just barely scratching the surface of what's out there that is, and that which is unknowable is not. There's still a lot going on the unknowable side. Still a lot going on there. But that which is unknowable just simply cannot be apprehended. No, you can't know anything about it. That's why it's unknown. But if it ever becomes knowable, if it crosses over from the unknowable to the knowable, that will be whatever apparently appears to arise. So whatever apparently appears to arise, if this planet is in a sense evolving, or it's not really evolving in the sense that we understand evolution, because just entertain that idea of what is the newest life form in terms of billions and billions of spans of years, billions and billions of years of time. What's the newest life form on this planet?
COVID.
It's the human race. It's the human race. Yeah. COVID's probably been around a long time, probably traveling some asteroid, or a meteorite. And then a meteorite breached the atmosphere, and then it was released. But what they're telling us, it was released from a combination of consumption of bats and other types of animals. So when you combine the ingestion of that, it's going to cause an imbalance in the natural order of things, so to speak. And the human race is very good at that. The human race is very good at disrupting the natural order of things. But guess what?
It's almost like we're alien. Huh?
Yeah, but guess what? It's not going to ever win. Because, again, getting back to the fact that this planet is a living being, it will not permit anything to affect it. And I'll tell you how it takes care of itself. The volcanisms on the planet. That's how it
Mm.
cleanses itself. Earthquakes, volcanoes, hurricanes, typhoons, meteorological extremes. What is it doing? It's taking out a lot of life that's interfering with its
The balance.
own existence or its own living energy. See, it's alive and it wants to stay alive and it'll do
Mm.
anything, so to speak, apparently appearing to be that way. It'll do anything to continue to live. So no matter what the human race thinks they're doing with this global warming and all that sort of thing, it's going to adjust itself. It doesn't need us to help it or even think in terms of interfering. Because if it gets too much for the planet, it'll just simply clean the slate very
Yeah.
easily. Because it's been around
Mm.
for billions of years, and we still can't pinpoint how far back the human race goes anyway. Because every time there's a new archaeological dig, there's another discovery. As they continue to dig further, further, further down, more layers, more layers, more layers, new discoveries, new discoveries. That's why the Discovery Channel and the History Channel will never, ever run out of subjects, to
I'll
bring
always
up.
have something to watch.
And always, always, yes, documentaries, new discovery documentaries, because that's what it seems to be. The
Mm.
content of subjectivity is immeasurable. That which could be conjured, the idea and a thought that can be entertained, there are immeasurable ones. Nobody can ever know all there is to know. There's too much content. It's immeasurable content. It'll just keep on going forever, on and on and on and on. Next generation, entertaining ideas, entertaining ideas. They're going to take old ideas, just like an inventor. An inventor has an invention. Along comes another inventor, and then kind of tweaks that existing invention and engineers it better. See, and engineers it better, and the progress apparently appears to be progress that way. Now, speaking of this, with science and new discoveries and things like that, notice something really interesting with the AI program,
Mm.
artificial intelligence.
Yes.
If they can possibly get away with it, they're going to keep trying. Now, what they're trying to do is get to the point of, just like in that one scene in the Matrix, they're going to get it to where you're half appearing organic and psychotronic, a combination of artificial intelligence and the human corporeal form. And they're going to merge that with AI. You already might have seen Sophia.
Yes, I have.
Hmm?
And the other guy, I don't remember
Yes,
his name.
yes. That's what they're attempting to do right now, to where they're trying to extend the appearance and the existence of the human form to surpass the aging process, to override it, to
Right.
override entropy. There's always been entropy, there's always been decay, but science is trying to override that.
Mm.
They're trying to find the fountain of youth and all that. Good luck with that one. Let's see if they get away with it. If there's going to be anything entertaining, we could watch that. That's fine. Nothing wrong with watching that, observing, see how far they take it.
Right.
It's not a great thing, or it's not a bad thing. It apparently appears to be a new discovery, and wow, it's cool. It's great, sensational. Yeah, fine. It's all right. But it goes on. It's just going to keep going on and on and on and on. Just when you think you know enough, there is so much more left to know and discover and find out. See? Conjured. So, yeah, that's what apparently appears to be. Conjuring and the rising. Whatever apparently appears to happen, the discoveries, that's gonna that's gonna continue on long before we're no longer manifesting. And even if it is reincarnation, would you be able to recognize that you're back again?
Yeah, but
Leonard?
there are like research and studies where like they tested children
Mm-hmm.
like as young as like 7 or what, and
When
then
they
they
recognize
remember
the past family and they went to go visit the village, yeah, yeah, I've seen that. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
How do you what's your
Explain.
perspective? Yeah.
How do
Yeah.
you explain that? Yeah.
And like also in the new age, like people can say they remember who they were in the world war or something. They are
Before they were born in this life, they remember a
yeah,
past one.
Yeah,
They
that's
go
true.
Mm.
past it, beyond it somehow. Maybe that is a safety feature in consciousness. Maybe we're not intended to know past lives, you know, because it could interfere with what is
With
believed
nature.
to be progress. That
Uh,
if a body mind is here again, that is supposed to be considered an improved version of itself, yeah, so they can
Mm.
perpetuate and go on and attain higher levels of consciousness, and then it'll go into higher densities, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth density, and on and on and on, and keep going, and on and on, and into that which is unknowable. So we can speculate, we can theorize. That's fine. Anybody can speculate and theorize, come up with all kinds of what what's referred to and construed as science fiction. Yeah, science fiction. And there's some science fiction that's becoming science fact
Yeah.
now. And if you listen to this guy Mikio Katsu, I think he's a Japanese, I think.
Physicist, isn't he?
Yeah, he's an astrophysicist. Yeah, he is.
Mm.
And so if you check out his documentaries, those are fascinating. They're
Yeah, I think I've heard of
fascinating
him.
in itself, just to entertain those kind of ideas. You know, there's absolutely nothing wrong with entertaining ideas, just as there isn't anything absolutely right about it either. So, yeah, go for it. You know, if you think you got an interest and you're going to follow up on it, yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. But eventually, that collapse you're referring to, once that collapse, you know, and continues, and then the falling away of that collapse, it keeps going and going. It doesn't stop, doesn't end. It won't even stabilize. Some neo-advites and some non-duality speakers would say that that's going to stabilize. It never stabilizes. There is no stability necessary because it doesn't have to stabilize. Nothing has to stabilize because nothing's permanent. Yeah, nothing's neither permanent or nothing's absolutely impermanent. But most of what apparently appears to be is the impermanence of Maya that apparently appears to be a dream. That dream continues to seemingly continue, to seemingly be a dream, as though there's a dream going on. When the conscious self is actually the energetic movement of dreamings. It's the activity of dreamings. So whatever the body mind action figure believes and thinks about, so it is. So
See, believe,
whatever,
achieve.
yeah, there's that one. There's that quote as well. See, so apparently appears to be the case. It apparently
Yeah.
appears to be what's happening, seemingly happening, but not a single special, specific, particular happening for just somebody. No, it's everybody's included, and even the bodies that have yet to show up. So it's always cyclic. It's always there's a cycle going on,
Mm.
whereby you have appearances of a generation, then you have disappearances, and then you have reappearances of the next generation, and it perpetuates on and on and on. It's like the Russian doll. Take one out, there's another one in there. Take one out, another one in there, and it just keeps going, perpetuating over and over and over, like
What's
fractals.
the other one?
Like
Oh,
fractals, you know,
fractals.
fractals.
Mm.
Yeah, you get closer to the fractal, and then it appears again the same way, and then it keeps going on to infinity. That's an example of infinitudinal complexification, by the way.
yeah, and it's not believing, right? Believing just happens.
Yeah, you
It's
don't
not.
have to believe. Nobody has to believe in anything. Believing somehow happens. Yeah. So there's a new belief comes up. Then there's another belief, and then so on and so on and so forth. Yeah, beliefs, thoughts.
Oh,
They're no
I don't know
different. A
why.
belief is no different than a thought. A thought is actually a belief that is thought about. I mean, you have to think about it first before you can believe in it. So they're kind of hand
Okay.
in hand. They're cousins. You got your thoughts and your beliefs. You know, you got a thought, and are you going to believe in that thought? Either you're going to believe or disbelieve.
Mm.
You can't take both because the conscious self won't do that. The conscious self only lives in duality. The conscious self's going to say, well, I believe in this, and I don't believe in that. So I've got my beliefs over here on like a scale, and I got my disbeliefs over here. They don't want to always balance out because that's the way I think, you say. I think this way, and I believe this way, and I think that's very special. So I think I'm going to write a book about it.
Oh.
Yeah, so it goes like that. It spins that way. So that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's a
if you
damn
think
home.
you have a will to exert, you think you have free will to exert it, go on, exert it. See how far it takes you. See where it takes you. If you think it's going to take you somewhere, it's going to take you
Or if
somewhere.
that's where you want to go, right? I mean,
Yeah.
maybe you don't
Well,
really
where
want to
where
go
do,
that
where
way.
where do any of us want to go, and where do we think we're going?
Yeah.
Nowhere. There's nowhere to go. We're just simply what apparently appears to be present, present
Yeah.
in moments. That's it. But the moment that the conjured self starts conjuring the idea that, wait a minute, but then it starts entertaining another idea, and then it just never runs out of ideas to entertain. There's nothing right or wrong about it. It just apparently appears to be what's happening. So whatever you think is arising, whatever you believe, whatever you think, then that's it. That's going to be it. I mean, is there anybody else going to change your mind about that? Whatever that thought or idea might be? Well, I believe, of course not. Because that's maybe where you're seeing from. You can't see beyond that. In other words, whatever you think you're seeing is not really a separate seer that's seeing anything. So what I'm trying to say is that whatever can be believed is thought to be achieved, but at the same time, there are no separate seers of anything. There's just the activity of seeing. Just like all the other five sense modalities. Hearing is another one. Is there a separate hearer? Yeah, apparently it appears to be there are separate hearers, but there are none. There are no separate hearers. There's just the activity of hearing. There's the activity, energetic movements of hearing. It's all ing. Here's one. Everything is no singing, as no thing is everythinging. Oh man, why did you have to say that? Why did you say that? But you see, that's the paradoxical nature of everything and no thing inseparably so, not so, atom to item. See, that's the paradoxical nature. It manifests. Everything appears as though it's a manifestation of a paradox because it's apparently appearing as though it's a paradox when it really isn't. It's not exclusively a paradox. It's also not a paradox. It's both. I know that doesn't make sense, but I want it to be one or the other. Why can't it just be one or the other? Why does it have to be both? There is no why to that. There is no why and there is no how. It just simply is, just the way it appears. And if you start believing in a particular specific way, then you're going to conjure that idea, and then you're going to continue on entertaining thoughts, and then you're going to have more questions, more questions, more questions, more questions, and then the questioner never gets starved because it's going to spin on exclusivities like that, exclusive thoughts, exclusive ideas to entertain, more conjuring, because it doesn't feel fulfilled. The answers that it may have been given is not good enough. I need to go on to the next thing. So the conjure self always will do that. The conjure self will always go on to the next thing to know about or to discover or find out. I want to take everything that's unknown and I want to bring it over to the known side. I'm not happy with the things that I don't know about. So I'm going to come up with theories. I'm going to come up with theories and ideas, that kind of thing. So, yeah, that apparently appears to be what's happening as well. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Drinking from my cupping.
Yeah. Drinking happens.
Yes.
Drinking apparently appears
Apparently.
to be happening. But is
Yes.
there a separate drinker?
Hmm.
Is there? Is there a separate drinker drinking right now? Anywhere?
Not at that moment.
Not really. Not really. It's just drinking. It's just drinking happening. Yeah. It's the absolute appearing as though there's drinking happening. Apparently appears to be what's just what is simply happening. And you're going to hear a lot of non-duality speakers speak this way, no matter where you
Yeah.
go in non-duality circles. But
It really,
they're going to say it in different words though. You're not going to hear the same words. You're going to hear similar words, but it's still the same message. Yeah.
Mm,
what's
yeah.
funny is it seems like the closest thing to relate to this is the Matrix. Isn't that interesting? It's like, I mean, from my experience, since I don't have anything else at this
Yeah.
time,
Yeah. Yeah.
it's just interesting. Do you think the person who wrote that was moderately aware of what they were writing? I mean, in a sense of maybe it's more than science fiction, or do you think it was just like, hey, this is a great idea I got, putting it on
Yeah.
paper?
If he was coming across as a writer and says, this is my writing, he's going to claim that he's the author of those writings. So it's going to spin off like that. And that separation. There is an author and there's somebody claiming that they have writings that are unique, separate. I mean, they're very special writings. Nobody else on the entire planet could ever think about what he thought about and wrote about.
Right.
You think so? You think it's like that?
No. I don't think he didn't. Well, my opinion,
Yeah.
this person's opinion,
Yeah.
this being, whatever.
Yeah.
I don't think.
It's
I think that he
opinionating.
might have. Yes.
They're opinionating. They're opinionations.
Yes, that's who's speaking now. My opinion.
Yeah. Yeah.
The opinion.
There are opinionators. It's everything. It's the absolute opinionating. Right there. That's what apparently appears to have happened. So everything's ing, and again, everything is no thinging, and no thing is everythinging. Therefore, no matter what you point at and what you carry in a hand that you think is your own hand, because you call it that, because you believe that.
Right.
You believe these are your own hands because you believe you have your own life to live, and it's your own body. See, that's how
we were talking about.
Mm.
We were talking about that experiment with the fake hand yesterday. Remember, it's
Yes.
like believing that's your hand. It's
Yes.
to me, I really see that
To me,
connection.
you
It's
just
like,
said it. See, to me.
yeah, to
See?
me.
Notice that. 2 by 4 from about, with, upon, around, before, after, between, all these directions and dualities. The me doesn't want to die. He wants to keep living. So guess what? The collapse stays. It never collapsed. It stays right there. So it's not really waiting to collapse or fall away. But eventually, that self-identification with a me or an I or a separate individual, that won't always be that way. It's just conjured for now. That's what apparently appears to be going on. Where you think it, you are. Where William Lockwood, birth name and birthright with that birth certificate, and then I have my life over there in California. Yeah. All of that will eventually, it might eventually fall away gradually. It may take some time. Because guess what? William has some more seeking to do. He's not satisfied with the answers he's getting. So he's going to still look around. It's not a bad thing. It's not wrong. It's neither wrong. It's not right either. It's just what apparently appears to be happening over there. Yeah, where you are, or where you believe you are. Now, do you believe you're somewhere? Well, if you are, well, then entertain that and see where it takes you. It's the shore that you never left, really. You know, you've been on that shore all along, and if you think you got to the other side of the shore, if you think you get in a boat and you can go to the other side of the shore, guess what? It's the same shore. Yeah. You never left because there was nowhere else to go. Yeah. When the apparent appearance of a body mind that believes it was born and that was its beginning, and it reinforces individuality and uniqueness, terminal uniqueness about its birth certificate and the family it came from, and its genetic propensities and all that stuff identifies with uniqueness. Terminal uniqueness, it always goes back to that. My life, my body, it's very special, very unique. You probably have one of those too, but then you're in agreement, you're probably thinking the same way. So I'm still going to continue. See, it goes like this: the conjured self. I'm still going to think that I have my own life, and this is my own body, and this is my own mind, my own brain that I'm using. It's mine because I'm claiming it to be mine. And I think, therefore I am. Yeah, it just holds on to these finalities. It's just a permanence, these permanent states. It only focuses on permanence, permanent states. I am. I think, therefore I am. Right now, this moment, and the moments that have gone by in the past. So there it is. It's thinking in terms of I was in the past, I will be in the future, therefore I am now. See? See how it all, it's as though time is stretched out, right? It seems and apparently appears to be as though time is stretched out, but it's stretched out how? By the conjuring, by the belief and the support and the reinforcement of separation that I have my life I'm living, that these are my own thoughts, this is my own mind. And I feel that I have and I own, and I'm proclaiming that to be very special and unique and separate from your own version of yourselves and about your minus and belongings and proclamations. And so in that separation, there's an agreement made, and then it goes off and it joins groups of other conjured selves that are in the same type of agreement. So it forms these little clubs. So if you and me, if we think a particular way, we're going to maintain that those ideas that we're entertaining, and then we're going to create something out of that. We're going to create something out of that separateness, out of that separation. We're going to create something unique. Nothing else has to be added. There's no new creations need to be added. Nothing has to be added to this for this to simply be, and nothing has to be removed from it because it cannot. Nothing can be removed from everything, and nothing can be added to everything. See? Empty fullness. Paradox. There it is again. Now, is that not a new message you've never heard before? Does it sound new, William? Does that sound new?
No,
It
no.
doesn't? Have you heard this before?
Yes.
Yeah? Where have you heard this before?
Last time we talked.
Do you think this could go anywhere else? As far do you think we have taken this as far as we can?
No, I don't.
Yeah? Okay. You know when that moment might apparently appear to be recognized? That we have gone as far as we'll ever go and nothing else will be new to mention about? Is when the collapse and falling away of that separate sense of self that says, like you said before, me and my thoughts, my ideas, this is what I think. What do you think? And so you're asking me about my opinion. But you see, I'm sorry, I don't have an opinion anymore. I used to have an opinion. If you would have caught me before the falling away and the collapse, I would have tried to come up with answers that catered to your, Williams, Mr. Lockwood's thoughts and ideas and what he's into and what he wants to know about. Well, yeah, I could come up with that, but that's just past information I can extract, and then I can share that with you. But where's that going to go? Is it a means to an end? You see? So self-inquiry can be something that you might perhaps consider. Yeah, the you and the me does consider that, and by self-inquiry, then it begins to recognize. Eventually, it can recognize what this message is really saying, what this message is about, because this message is about absolutely everything. It's not about anything in particular of what is so, and it's not about anything in particular that's not so. It's both so and not so. That's what non-duality is all about. Non-duality is all about always, always. That's what this message is presenting, and that's what's being shared. And no matter what other non-duality speaker you hear, you're going to hear very unique other ways that sound unique. You're going to hear different deliveries of this message, different types of deliveries. But that's okay too, because sometimes if it's heard with different verbiage or different ideas behind them, as though they're ideas that are coming across, then enough expressions cause what? The collapse again. Collapse a little bit further, to recognize that everything is simply the way it has always been. And I don't have to know about that. I can't control it because there isn't anybody separate that is controlling it and needs to know it and needs to get it. Nobody gets this. Nobody has to get it. There's no necessity to understand this. This is why I was saying earlier the statement, the peace that surpasses all understanding. Therefore, understanding is not required for what? For peace. Yeah? For peace to simply be peace, and it's peace. It's it's the stillness that's always longed for. This is what's always been longed for. But the conscious self doesn't recognize that. It thinks it needs to know it. It thinks it needs to figure it out. It thinks it needs to have a knowledge base about it. So that's going to continue to keep going on, apparently appearing to be supporting the idea that I can know it and I can get it. And I'm going to keep on seeking that. I'm going to keep on trying to figure this out. If I don't get the answers that I think I need to hear, then I'm just going to continue seeking. But you know what? That happened, interestingly enough, that happened to this body mind. When I was about 15, yeah, somewhere around there, when this body mind was 15 years of age, into the appearance of, in time, 15 years gone by, surpassed. And I was looking into those books there, the Bhagavad Gita and the Upanishad. It didn't make sense at all. I didn't get any of it. And it wasn't really supposed to be gotten, but it just didn't make any sense whatsoever. And then all of a sudden, spontaneously, it did. And I can't explain how. I can't put into words how all of a sudden the falling away and the death of the me, the death of the I that died. And I don't know where it went. You know why? Because it never existed in the first place. The I and the me and the individuality and all that self identification, it was conjured. It never really was. It never really existed. There was only simply this all along. And this had always been part of that. This and that. See, it's always been part of everything that is and is not. Everything and no thing that's separately so not so. It's always been this way. Ordinariness, really. In a sense, if you try to add any thought or idea to this, it simply is, it doesn't go anywhere because it's nothing. See? It's everything and no thing. It's not anything in particular. I know, it just doesn't make any sense. And it won't. And the conscious self cannot figure it out and never will. But it's going to keep trying because it's stubborn. See, it's not only stubborn, but it's conditioned to believe in what it believes in. It just operates on beliefs and knowings and doings. It believes that it's doing something for itself, 2x4 from, about, with, upon, and around itself. And everything that it believes in and thinks about, it's going to continue to entertain that way. It's going to spin around itself, thinking in terms of, I have my own mind, my own life, my own brain. I can use it as I please. I don't care what any other non-duality speaker says. I still have a feeling that I'm individual. I'm a separate person. So it's just going to ignore this message. Really, it will. It'll eventually ignore it. It might. It might either go on thinking in terms of individuality, internal uniqueness, or the collapse might happen or might begin in a subtle way. But it won't really be pinpointed. One day, it's going to, perhaps it could happen in the future one day. Nobody knows. Nobody knows the next event that apparently appears to arise. And that which happened in the past is just an appearance of the idea of a past. See, it's all together. It's all coalesced. It's, it's intertwined. It's blending. The constant blending. It's not a final blend. It's not a final coalescence, It's coalescing because it doesn't begin, it doesn't end. It doesn't begin anywhere, it doesn't end anywhere. It appears in space and time, but it's not of space and time. See, everything
Mm.
appears in space and time for a temporary, indeterminate duration in space and time, and not of space and time. So it's both. Always oscillating, constantly doing that. It's just like a never ending radio station that broadcasts 24/7 all the time. It's always broadcasting a signal. So getting back to resonance and frequencies of energy and things like that, we're likened to a radio station that will never stop broadcasting, so to speak. And each body mind that's broadcasting is on a particular frequency range. Getting back to the frequency, and if we're going to enumerate this, if we're going to
Mm.
place a numerical value, then it's particular station, and then sometimes they can overlap. Sometimes they can be broadcasting real close, and they're both broadcasting at the same time, and it just sounds like gibberish because it can't be tuned in just right on that particular frequency. It's bleed over, yeah, and that bleed over, what that is the energy that's radiating from that frequency of resonance of that energetic movement out of nowhere from nothing, and it's broadcasting as the appearance is visibly observable in mirrors as a broadcast of a particular frequency of energy, such as a radio, a radio station. It's always broadcasting. See, William could be on 99.5, Leonard could be on 99.7, and I could be on 99.8, and we're all broadcasting, you know what I mean, our energy, broadcasting it out and everywhere, in the everywhereness. But does that mean anything? Mm-mm. It's just apparent, it appears to be what might be happening. It might be. It might not be that. But the bottom line is none of it matters. Even scientifically, it doesn't matter. Just like the double slit experiment, going back to that again. There is no matter mattering. All matter doesn't have to matter in a particular manner. The matter of mattering doesn't really matter. You know, it turns into a paradox. You could spin that way. It's like the fractal again. You know, the fractal, the patterning. You go a little bit closer to it and then it's that same pattern and it looks like the same. A never ending infinitudinal complexification of patterning. So everything appears as though it has pattern. If it's examined in the microscope, and look at the microbial level, you can see examples of those fractals in nature. You know, and very, very minute, not visibly observable with the eye. You know, with a vision, it only has a certain parameters before that which cannot be visible turns out to be invisible. So there's that which is observable and unobservable. It's both, constantly going on, all the time, always, always. And it's as though it's appearing as a cycle. So you can entertain this idea as well, that there's a galactic center and there's clockwork motion going on throughout the infinite universe. Just a constant clockwork motion, and billions of years for it to take revolutions. That which is closest to the galactic center could have Earth-like planets that are so advanced they're able to travel through dimensions and fold space, you know, fold space like this and then travel through wormholes, perhaps. All those entertain kind of sci-fi-ish science fiction ideas. And well, the astrophysicists are also coming up with that. And any other idea that's going to be entertained. All of these ideas. It's just, it doesn't have any real meaning, reason, or purpose, but it makes good conversation. You know, if anything. If anything, it makes good conversation. I wonder if you can get one of those parakeets to talk. I understand
Yeah.
that I understand they're capable and you can train them.
Yeah,
Mm.
they try to mimic a little bit what I say.
Yeah. They're expensive, but you can get a minor bird or a parrot. I like the cockatiel videos that they got on YouTube where it curses. The one that says,
I
yeah.
don't know.
There's this guy in Australia that trained his cockatiel parrot to curse and say curse words.
Yeah.
Some people find that funny. I think it's funny. It's all right.
My the parakeets here, they mimic me when I tell them, holler at the cat, say, "God dang it, Lucy, get down," because she tries to get up on there,
Mm-hmm.
and mess with the
Oh, yeah.
bird.
It's the
So they
instinct. It's the instinct of the feline. It wants to
right,
hunt the bird.
right. I know.
Yeah.
So I say, "Get down, Lucy," and then they'll you hear them. It's like it's not real clear, but they're saying, "God damn it, get down,"
Yeah,
or
they're trying to say,
"Lucy,
yeah, they're trying to
Lucy."
mimic.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
And I figured it's because there's a lot of emotion behind it, so they pick up on emotions. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, the bigger
Energy,
parrots.
whatever.
Yeah, the bigger parrots, the cockatiels, especially the minor bird. I guess it's in the breed, but they're a
Mm.
lot better at mimicking. They're really good. They've got it down packed, mimicking what they hear, its tonations and sounds and things like that. What's really interesting is that sometimes in the this is considered the awakened dream. This reality based, the third dimensional construct of awareness and all the scenery we think we see. This is the awakened dream. There's also the dream that apparently appears to go on when the body mind is no longer in this awakened dream. It seems like it's in a sleeping type of dream and a slumber. And then there's lucid dreaming. And in those apparent states of mind, it's as though where each body mind is living a second life. Because sometimes the dream can appear and seem more real, as though it has more reality to it than this awakened dream. I don't know if you ever noticed that. Has that ever seemingly happened? Where you had a dream so vivid, it felt as though you had sensations that were more real than this awakened state. I really don't know what to say about that. To entertain that idea, I'm not really sure what might be happening there. Some might even say is that the body mind, that's the energetic movement, it goes to what's referred to as another side or the other side, the other dimension. In near death experiences, they talk about going to that bright light.
Mm-hmm.
What if it's like that? What if that bright light represents a wormhole, and then we wind up on the other side of the universe, and then we're going to live on an Earth-like planet that's way over there, and not have any recollection whatsoever of this Earth, this planet.
You said that you read the Book of the Dead, right? The Tibetans, or
Yeah, the
right?
Book of the Dead, the Book of the Living and the Dying. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Well, I don't know if what I read it, or I was listening to it audio on.
Yeah.
Anyways, it said that not to be confused when you're dead with your own light as a part. Not to be confused by your own light. That there to continue on. That there's something else there. I found it very interesting that they talked about like demons, or I can't remember exactly how they said it, but like, and it said those are just illusions, that you're just they're like stuff you put in front of yourself, and you just need to overcome them. And then I also thought it was interesting that they said that or it said whatever, that if you still refuse to like go to wherever you belong, I guess I don't really know, but that there's these other entities that will actually come and take you
Mm,
and move you. I didn't listen to all of it. I'm like halfway through it,
yeah.
but I really was like, I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, I've heard
Anyway.
something about archons. I read somewhere one time years ago about the archons. That those are the archons that take souls away, and
Oh.
then they enslave them.
Wow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
a perpetual enslavement, kind of similar to the story of hell, the idea of a
Right.
hellish
Right.
realm, like a hellish realm.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
I thought I thought that was pretty interesting. Do you?
yeah, it's
Mm.
interesting. Do I entertain it? Do I believe it? I just, just think, well, there's more things under the heavens and the earth that have ever been mentioned in our greatest philosophies. Just like that saying, who said that? Was it Shakespeare? There are more things under the heavens and in the earth that will ever be dreamt of in all of humankind's imagination. There's a philosophy that reads that way. I quote, there are more things in the heavens and the earth. That means there are more things than all these ideas we're entertaining right now. There's more content, a lot more, much, much more. Again, that's why I keep saying we're scratching the surface here. We're entertaining ideas. They seem sensational. They seem really cool because you see, then it's quenching that need for more information, something new that's never heard of. That's what the conjurer still wants to hear. It wants to hear something new that's never heard before. There's nothing right or wrong about that. It's just what apparently appears to happen. And so if that's apparently appearing to seemingly happen, go with it. Just go ahead. Go with it. It's not right or wrong. It won't matter. Again, there's not any reason, meaning, purpose to absolutely anything. So again, it's a win-win situation. See. So go on and keep reading the books. Go on and keep, seeking and all that sort of thing. But don't be surprised. Don't be surprised that one day you're gonna just collapse and all of it's not even gonna matter. Yeah,
Yeah,
because
it's like
uh,
it's like whether you seek further or you stay, it will still happen. Whatever, either way,
yeah. No matter
right?
what you conjure, no matter what you think it might be, it's not going to turn out to be how you think it is. Because whatever you entertain, any idea or thought, you're entertaining it. That's all that is. It's just a belief. It's just a thought. It's going to pass across the sky just like a cloud. The sky is a representation of the consciousness of the mind that believes that it owns its own mind, but it's just mind. It's just consciousness. That's all it is. But it's absolutely everything, including consciousness, all of the rest. And so a thought goes by in the mind of a body mind action figure of the conjured self. Either it entertains it or lets it go by. When the collapse falls and the sense of a separate self and a me and the I, when that collapse continues to go on, it's not even gonna care about the thoughts that go by. It's gonna let them go by. It won't entertain them anymore like it used to. Because why was it trying to entertain them? Because it wanted to know. It wanted to know about that thought. It wanted to expand on it. So it wanted to give its own energy to it and then self-identify with it. That's what the mental thought system does. The mental thought system is like a parasitic movement. It tries to take individuality and perpetuate it for that particular body mind frequency of energy. If you want to look at it as frequencies, yeah, that frequency of broadcasting, like a radio station, it gets interfered with by the transmission is no longer getting through. In other words, there's an inhibitor. The signal's not getting through. It's not getting out. So if the signal's not getting out, as we know very well that radio transmissions travel out through space and keep going, just like with the
Mhm.
Voyager. Yeah, just like that. I mean, radio broadcast. I don't know if you've seen that movie Contact.
Yep.
It's like that. It's like the beginning of it. Remember the beginning of Contact shows the satellite going on and on and on. And as it goes further out, you hear radio broadcasts of the 1970s, 1960s, 1950s, 1940s, and then you hear Morse code, and it keeps going further out, right, until there's silence.
Yeah.
And guess what? There's always been silence. The peace that surpasses all understanding. That's kind of the essence of what we all are. Out of nowhere, from nothing. We're that. We're just pure energy. Not even pure, just simply energy. I mean, even Tony Parsons, Leonard, you've heard it. Tony Parsons say this, right? Energy. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I hear that a lot. The
Yeah.
seeker is the contracted energy, or
Contracted energy.
like Anna Brown would say,
Mm.
it's like we're already in the Garden of Eden.
Yeah.
The When you're seeking, you're biting the apple.
Yeah. In a sense, you're just interfering with what already is anyway. The peace that surpasses understanding is already as it is. But then the conjured self wants to get involved and make it out into something. It wants to turn it into a belief. It wants to turn it into a knowing. Well, now I know that. So now that I do, but why do I still not feel fulfilled? That's because you keep trying to interfere with what already is. Yeah. Yeah.
I noticed that earlier
Yeah.
when I was asking you about the reincarnation. The
Hmm.
conjured self is interfering with with what is.
That's right. Hey,
Because
if it's like that, fine, but nobody knows it. Nobody, it's unknowable if reincarnation is true, because nobody can go past the life that they thought they lived now and then come back to tell it. Now you're saying about where the family recognizes the family that it used to be with before, but now it's a new body, right? It
hmm,
happens in India, very frequently. That's why reincarnation is such a strong belief there.
yeah, it's an Eastern religion thing.
Yeah, because they see that happening. So that's what they think. They believe that that's the way it is. So they come up with the idea of reincarnation. I mean, the idea had been entertained. And so just because somebody is speaking in a different language and they recognize a family, what is that telling us? Is that proof? A lot of people think it's proof. Fine. And then what? So let's say reincarnation is true, but then what? What is that a means to some end? What is that going to go? Is that going to go in somewhere? Guess what's going to happen then? That that individual that thinks it's living this next life and that it recognizes family from before, that's going to be overridden. And how do you think it's going to be overridden? The way it's overridden is based on the experiences that particular person believes. If it continues to believe that it's lived another life, but it's being told, it's being said, listen, look, this isn't our culture. We believe in reincarnation. Here's a book. Here's the Gita. You can study it. Study it in that chapter of the Gita that mentions about reincarnation, and then you can know it. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, but that's the way that spins. That which is believed and thought to be known is truth. It's truth for those that believe in what they're reading. If they're going to read a teaching and they're going to call it a teaching, they're going to say, well, this is something useful. I can use this for me. And then I can believe that there is reincarnation and I will come back. And then I'll recognize the family I had before. And then what, though? Where is that going to go? Does that lead anywhere? Does it? Does it really?
No, no.
See? See? Self inquiry you'll recognize through self inquiry that not only can there be self inquiry, but there also is no self. So, what is inquiring? Right? How can there be self inquiry if there is no self to inquire? Yeah?
Yeah.
There is no self inquiry. It's just, see, it was another conjured idea to keep the self busy, to keep the conjured self busy. Why? Because it was seeking. It was always in a seeking mode. It wanted to become more than it thought it was. It didn't think it was good enough, or it didn't think it knew enough. It didn't think it always thought about improving itself. It needed to be more than it was thinking it was. It was just fine when it was a baby in the innocence of a child. That's why it's admired so much. Look at the cute little baby. Oh, and we notice the little innocence, so the energy, the innocent energy that's emitted from seeing something that's cute and baby. I mean, even in animals, you can see a baby rabbit, a baby kitten, a baby puppy. Oh, they're so adorable. It's that adorableness energy right there in its simplicity that's already the peace. That's a representation of the peace that surpasses all understanding. Right there. It doesn't need to know anything. It doesn't have to do anything about the way it is already being. But what happens? It begins to be indoctrinated, indoctrinated amongst other conjured cells that have already been steeped in the conjuring all along. And so that little innocent child gets bombarded with all these ways of being and beliefs and doings and knowings, and you have to learn. And then it's the learnings set in. And then once it has the learnings, then the knowings, and then the beliefs. It all ties in that way. It all seems to be for the next generation that way. It seems to be that way for the next generation, on and on and on and on. It apparently appears to be the variety of that which apparently appears to be different families, different bodies, different races. You know, you have different parts of the planet, all these differentials. And what is that? That separation. That's the concept and idea that there are separate races around the planet, and this planet is separate from the entire infinite universe, and there's not a single other Earth-like planet out there, by the way. It even goes that far. It might be. We can entertain that, but nobody knows it. Why doesn't anybody know that? Because it doesn't have to be known to be appearing as it already does. So, if the astronomers keep making these discoveries and they're recognizing they really don't know how many Earth-like planets are out there, and that's just within the galaxy. That's just within the Milky Way galaxy. Then the mind of the body mind gets blown to an extent, so to speak, that when it's told there are billions of galaxies, then it can't take it. It can't take that because it's too much. It's way too much. It can't comprehend infinity. No, the infinite mind. That's the absolute. That's Brahma. That's the infinite mind. But that's unknowable. You see, that'll never be achieved. Now they even say in the Gita that eventually a body mind action figure, the energetic movement, the energy that's animating a body mind, goes through these gradations, like you said about Leonard, about the cycles and all that. It is mentioned in the Gita that there are so many, though the counters are so great, it can't be known. If it's that way, fine. How are we going to know one way or the other? How are we going to be able to prove it? It's that which cannot be proven. That which cannot be proven is beyond understanding. It's beyond understanding, just like peace. Peace is beyond understanding. Trying to apprehend and know the unknowable, that's not possible. I mean, it's impossible to know that which is unknowable. Now, if something that's unknowable happens to become knowable, will anybody be able to claim that? Can anybody really honestly say, well, that was unknown for the longest time, but there's been new scientific discovery, so now it's known? Well, what are we referring to? There isn't anywhere else to go with anything. All the sciences, this is all theoretical. That's as good as it'll ever get for the conjured self that's still asking questions and still wants to know more, still trying to figure this out. As far as it's going to go are theories, just theories. Why? Why can it only be a theory? Why can't it just be a solid known? Because nothing is solidly known. Nothing is exclusively known or knowable. There's also that which is unknowable. See, it's all mixed together. It's always, it's all mixed together. There are no exclusivities. There are no exclusive knowings. And there are no exclusive unknowings or unknowables. Your knowns are here, your knowables are here, and your unknowables are here. They're all mixed together. Just like everybody is out of from nowhere, is born from nowhere, from nothing, and then manifests, appears as a newborn baby, and then we call that being born. We call that's a unique individual. That's an addition. That's a newborn. See, notice we call it a newborn baby. It's a newborn baby because it appears new. So we're going to say that's the next generation. The next generation. Not that it's just simply appearing as a human corporeal body mind. It's just Another one is appearing. It's just another appearance. So there are appearances, disappearances, and reappearances of absolutely everything. Because that's another way of saying that. That's everything, no thinging, and no thing, everythinging. Paradoxically, it's paradoxically so and paradoxically not so. All of it, always, always. And do you have to go anywhere with that? No, there's nowhere else to go. Because you start at nothing, you end at nothing. Ouch. Oh, you start at nothing and you end with nothing. Why? Might as well just stick with nothing. There's nothing to sell. You hear Tony Parsons sometimes say that. He goes, "There's nothing to sell here. There's nothing to find. There's nowhere to go. Nowhere you have to go. There is just a beloved. There's just empty fullness. All it is, and then of course, in a traditional sense, the absolute Brahman. That's it. So conjure away. Yeah, that's fine. That's all right. But this may have to be repeated in other ways.
And because a lot in Zoom meetings, like I would tell my story, right? I
Yeah,
started with Catholic religion,
yeah,
then the New Age, then the non-duality.
yeah,
But they said it's not a linear causality.
yeah,
So it means like whether we listen to non-duality stuff
yeah,
repeatedly or not, it's not the cause of the dissolving of the me.
yeah. It's not
It's
cause of anything, right?
yeah, it's just appearing to be that way.
Yeah,
Some
it's an apparent appearance, right? It's seemingly so. Yeah, seemingly so, and not so. Yeah,
Mhm.
it appears to be a particular way, but it's only an appearance. But it's not an exclusive, separate appearance. It's just another appearance,
Mhm.
and the countless of appearances is immeasurable. There's no countenance to that because that's part of infinity, infinitudinal complexification. But it's appearing finitely. It's the infinite appearing finitely. But for a temporary, indeterminate duration in space and time, and not of space and time, in the world and not of the world. Yeah, that's it right there. And that could be repeated over and over and over and over again, and it's still a fact. You always end up with these facts in non-duality. Just all factual, one without a second. There is no separation, and and the seeker is the thought. Whatever can be perceived is not what's perceiving. Those type of Zen statements contain the essence of this message of non-duality. That's one way of saying it. I can't imagine what's going to be on Matrix 4. It seems to be picking up on the Matrix 3 in a sense, where the Oracle. I saw the trailer of the Matrix recently, Matrix 4, the next one. Looks quite good, quite entertaining. Yeah, yeah. Movies are apparently appearing as movies for entertainment. Yeah, the observer is entertained by watching a movie on Netflix. So, okay, that's all right. Nothing right or wrong about it. It's just what apparently appears to be happening. So the action figure goes over to and picks up the remote, starts flicking through and looking for a movie to watch. So, does that have any meaning, reason, or purpose? No, just apparently appearing to be what's happening right there. As though there's a separate happening, going on for that person, for that individual still feels separate. See, it's going to think in terms of that. It's going to think in terms that I'm picking up the remote. I'm going to make a choice of what movie I want to see. And perhaps many others and the validation is there. Many other action figures have seen the movie already, or maybe are about to see it, or perhaps they will, perhaps they won't. Does that matter? No. See, that's in a sense the way it seems that nothing ever matters. There's no meaning, reason, or purpose for anything that apparently appears to arise as it might arise, because it's part of absolutely everything anyway. So you can't isolate it. You can't put it into a box, or you can't put it into a container and say, I have everything and nothing now. You know, it can't be described. It's indescribable, empty fullness. I mean, how do you describe a paradox, and how can you contain it? You can only speak in terms of paradoxically, the speech using the English language and come up with a paradox. Sounds like a paradox, then it must be a paradox. Yeah, is it a paradox? Sounds like one. Okay, all right. So it sounds like a paradox. Now what? What's next? See, that's the conjured self always saying that. Well, what's next then? Is there anything else I need to know? Anything else I can experience? That's another thing about it. I hear that word experience used a lot. Is somebody having a personal experience? No. It apparently appears as though it's a personal experience. It might be interpreted that way. But there's also impersonal. There are personal and impersonal experiences. A personal experience is going to have validation behind it, or meaning, reason, and purpose. I want to have this idea and hold on to it, and collect it into a file of knowables as a knowledge base for myself, so I can use that information and maybe talk about it with somebody else. See, it's all the same. It's the same thing. It doesn't matter how you move it around. It's just like mercury as an example. There's so many analogies to use. Mercury, you try to separate mercury and then it regroups, doesn't it? It just gets back together, because that's kind of how the conjured self operates. The conjured self can't help itself. It cannot help itself. It has to continue seeking, in the seeking mode, and looking for more information to talk about, and more, because there's an endless amount of content and information to discuss, talk about, and know. But again, that doesn't really matter. It's just what apparently appears to be arising. And what more can you say about anything, really? It doesn't need to be said. To try to share what apparently appears to be going on, and it just doesn't seem to go anywhere. Nobody can place their finger on this. It's just like with the Buddhic tradition. It's like trying to hammer a nail in the sky. That doesn't make sense. What does that mean? There's these kind of really archaic quotes and statements in Zen. There's paradoxical ones. So, that's it. How do you think you know what you know? And then you can entertain that. And it goes on and on. It doesn't matter either way. It's quite all right. It doesn't matter. So, to the conjured self, this is a hopeless message, really. Kind of depressing. It's really depressing to the conjured self. It really is. It doesn't want to know this. It wants to ignore this. It doesn't want to hear this. And it's going to convince itself eventually and say, nah, this can't be true. I'm hearing what's being stated, but this can't be true. It's not the way everything is. No, it has to be a certain way. It has to make sense to me. See, the conjured self is going to look to anything and everything to try to make sense of it. So it's going to focus on that which believes is permanent. It's going to focus on its own life, and it's going to keep thinking in terms of its own ideas and its own thoughts and its own preferences, and say, "This is my life I'm living. I'm making my choices for myself. I'm going to continue to do so. It doesn't matter what these non-duality speakers are saying. It doesn't matter." Well, that's true. It doesn't really matter, and yet it apparently appears to be what apparently appears to be the absolute. Everything and nothing is separately so not so. Always, 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 and there's no end to it. There was no beginning to it, and there's no end. Continually over and over and over again. And it could appear as a cycle as well. It might be a cycle. But then there's the idea to entertain again, getting back to that galactic center. If there are billions of Earth-like planets throughout the infinite universe, then a galactic center, if there really is a galactic center, those Earth-like planets and galaxies that surround just the outer edge, if there is a central point, a galactic center, and then this Milky Way galaxy that we call it a Milky Way galaxy is way out here. There's a galactic center, maybe in distance, light years. Can't even measure how many light years that might be. But if there is such idea that's been entertained before about a galactic center, can you just imagine? And you can. The me can imagine and think in terms of science fiction that those human races are similarly like our human race. When we say our, the familiar one, the story of Earth on this planet, this Earth-like planet, then we may be so far behind in technology because they had a head start. How did they get a head start? Because the Big Bang, again, if you get back to that, the Big Bang Theory, and then you have the galactic center, and that which, you know, projected outwardly from that point as the Big Bang, then any Earth like planets that formed around that perimeter are going to have a head start. Then so far advanced in light years, we can't even fathom how more advanced they could be. And which brings us back to that entertaining idea of Star Trek, where Spock says, uh, "Our human race, or the intellect, and even he said even Vulcans and human beings, that there are other human corporeal type beings that appear that are are so far advanced that it's like comparing an amoeba, a life form, a living microorganism, to the human race. It's like comparing that. That's how advanced such a these so-called extraterrestrials or aliens could be. Could be. See, nobody really knows, but it's entertainment for the conjured self. It entertains itself by thinking of these, you know, science fiction or fictitious ideas, and then they throw science into it, and wow, that makes good conversation. So that's fine. You know, I'm gonna hear that. So what do you think? All these non-duality speakers are doing right now. Tony Parsons, Jim Newman, they are apparently appearing to do and express and think the same way that we are here. William, me, Leonard, all the other body minds that are appearing. You know, we just simply go with what apparently appears to happen, and we're going to either express that way or not. Neither of it really matters. You can express as a neo Advaita or non-duality speaker or any other kind of speaker. It's not really going to go anywhere, really. But if it does, will we recognize it? Will it be recognized, or does it have to go anywhere? It just goes on and on like that, doesn't it? Seems to. Apparently appears to. You see, when you mentioned about the surgery you had, William, I also had back surgery. I really did. I got the scar to prove it, but I'm not going to show you my scar, but it's down there. I was born with a tapering of the spine,
Mm.
and I have a long torso, and I have a sixth vertebrae,
Oh.
and that's why my torso is real long. So it starts out at normal. The center of the lumbar. It starts out normal width at the neck, but as you go down towards the tailbone, it tapers. It tapers as thin as a pencil, very, very thin. So I had to get back surgery eventually. And I was always wondering for about 2 or 3 years back in the 80s, 1983, 84, 1982, 83, 84. I suffered from severe back pains, but I thought it was attributed to just working and moving about. I had no idea that I was born with this until I had x-rays done, until I collapsed. I used to work as a overnight stalker for a grocery store chain there in San Antonio, Texas back then. And one morning, man, I just collapsed to the floor because I was still trying to do the job in pain. I always had painkillers, and I drank quite a bit because drinking kind of helped alleviate the pain as well. And so for 3 years, I was about 15, 16, 17 years of age. I was a teenager. Got one of my first jobs, as an overnight stalker putting groceries on shelves, the night crew. And one morning I just collapsed. I just couldn't take it anymore. Kind of almost passed out nearly. Uh, and so the gurney showed up and they took me to the hospital. And that's when I found out all this news that I never knew about. And then it explained why I always had these back pains that painkillers just wouldn't help because the nerve was being pinched. The actual nerve by no more cartilage. All the cartilage that's there, between L5, lumbar 5, and lumbar 6 just freaking went away. It's just no longer there from so much movement, so much movement. So eventually I was going to need back surgery. So fortunately, I had workman's compensation back then. Yeah.
I didn't say anything. How long were you on workman's comp for?
About a year and a half or something like that because I had to, after the surgery, I had to wear a brace.
Mm.
Yeah. And then I had to go through physical therapy. And it was a 50-50 chance that I would ever walk again. That's what the back surgeon told me. But
Wow.
he was such a good back surgeon that I don't even feel tinges when with the humidity to barometric pressure changes. I don't even feel a tinge. So that's how good he was. He put two titanium steel rods
Nope.
on either side to support the bottom right there where L5 and L6 was. Um, I was going to mention this to Leonard because he was mentioning we talked about the star seeds earlier. The star seeds, and there's a star seed pattern profile. Leonard, you still
Yeah,
there?
yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, are you familiar with the star seeds and the walk-ins?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. The reason why I'm bringing that up because I thought it was part of those groups because there was a star seed pattern profile. It was a questionnaire, and I think it was 20 questions. You answer yes or no to them, and I answered yes to nearly all of them. So I was into that before the internet. This was back in there was an author named Brad Steiger. He came up with the Star People book. He was the first author, Brad Steiger. And then along came Scott Mandelker. Scott Mandelker actually lives in San Francisco, California. He's actually a psychologist. He practiced psychiatry, and he wrote a book called "From Elsewhere: Being E.T. in America." From elsewhere, being ET in America. So you see what that implied. That implied with the idea that my essence or my soul is from another planet, from another galaxy. That's the idea that he's promoting and has been promoting. That he still has his website running. So that questionnaire, you see, I had back surgery and I have a sixth vertebrae. So that's one of the questions in that questionnaire. If you have a sixth vertebrae, you know, then that's a mark. That's the mark of a starseed. That's what they were saying back then in this book. And hypersensitivity to light. Yeah, I had that. When I was a child, I had extreme allergies. It's another one. And all these different questions that are on that questionnaire, you could probably go to the website. Now, I haven't been there in a long time, so I can't remember the rest of the questions. But I answered yes to most of them. And so, oh, here's the other one. Do you ever look up to the sky and have a longing
Yeah.
that you think your home is out, way out in the sky somewhere in some other planet, another part of the universe? Yeah. Well, that's one of them. The other question asks, do you ever feel alienated from your biological family, from your biological parents? Do you ever feel like you're not part of the family? Like you weren't really born with the family tree and all that. Do you feel as though? And so then a movie called K-Pax came out with Kevin Spacey. Uh, and that movie K-Pax is about the closest representation of these star seeds. Uh, they call them wanderers and star seeds and that kind of thing. That was really popular back in the 1990s. This was about 1990, 91. Brad Steiger wrote out his book back in the 70s, 1970s, and there were a few other authors about it. So, is there anything to that? I used to think it was because I conjured the idea that I must be part of the star seeds, must be part of the wanderers and the walk-ins and that sort of thing. Indigo children, all that sort of stuff that these authors were writing about. And so I even used to go to the conferences. I went to a freaking spiritual retreat about the wanderers and the walk-ins. And now I notice there's a resurgence of that also. I was looking at some recent websites that are going up, and somebody else, a different name that I've never heard before, is now perpetuating and picking up where Scott Mandelker and Brad Steiger left off. So they're keeping the walk-in story of the walk-in and the wanderers, the star seeds, the star people, and the indigo children. Somebody else is keeping and perpetuating that way of thinking or that way of conjuring this idea that there's a small percentage in society on the planet that's really not from here, and that's why they feel so alienated. That's why they don't feel like they belong. So this conjure so conjured that idea and latched onto it because I believed it. This action figure believed that. It believed it was a star person, and the reason why it believed it was a star seed is because that questionnaire that it answered yes to most of the questions. Now, that's how convincing that the self-conjured conjure self can be. The conjure self could be that convincing to say, yeah, you must be part of that group there. But that's still separation, isn't it?
Yes, yes,
That's
yes.
still separation, so that can't be that. So then eventually brought me back full circle. So when I was younger than that, I was about 12, 13 when I got my first copy of the Bhagavad Gita. As I said before, it didn't make any sense because I didn't understand it. I wasn't, perhaps this body mind action figure, perhaps I was not ready for it yet. It wasn't until 2016 when I was listening to, looking at YouTube presentation of Dr. Thomas Campbell and Anthony Peake. Anthony Peake is a conscious researcher from here in England, in the UK, United Kingdom. So these two guys were sharing ideas, very, very deep concepts and ideas about consciousness and about consciousness research and the big theory of everything is what my big toe, big theory of everything, Dr. Thomas Campbell came up with, and he does lectures and retreats about that we're living in a holographic universe, like in a Sims video game, and that these projections of these bodies are avatars, like in the Sims, and that you get that the reincarnation story is about getting another life in the game of Sims, and this is and to win the game, you need to represent unconditional love. You need to drop all. You need to be more service to others oriented.
Yeah.
Service to others orientation. That idea. Yeah, yeah. So there's that other idea as well. So you see, this body mind action figure was exposed to all these different ideas and thoughts and and beliefs, that were conjured, and it was convinced, but it wasn't convinced until the falling away and the drop. It just happened right there, 2016. Listen to those conscious researchers. All of a sudden, this just I don't know how to put it into words, but it's like all of a sudden the aperture opened up like an expansion, and then that separate sense of self. It felt like it just dropped, just died. It just wasn't there anymore. I didn't have that feeling and sensation that I was that person that was born with a birth certificate and associated with that anymore, as though, you know, there was just a family and there were just names, and I had a mother and I had a father and the roles were there, and that was just it. That the parent was parenting, the baby was babying. All there is babying, all there's like that. So it started going that way, and I couldn't tell you where it went, or how it died, how it collapsed, how it just fell away. Just like the others that try to explain it. Tony Parsons said there was somebody walking in the park, and then there just simply was walking in the park. He says that an open secret in his website. And then we have others that referring to other types of what appear as though they're experiences that they're trying to share, to try to put it into words, but it's indescribable. The falling away and the collapse, it's indescribable, and it's not really a happening. It's not an event, and the reason why it's not a happening or an event is because it never was happening to begin with. See, it never was real. There never was a separate person that was living its own life. You see, it never was. So then it admitted it and it recognized it, and now it can't return to that. It can no longer return and try, because then it would be seeming as though it's living a lie, that it's not being true to itself. Yeah. But there is no self. See, there's a sensation as though there's a self because self can't get out of it. There's this still that sensation that there is a self and that it has preferences and it goes on. And as Paul Hederman says, selfing seems to go on, but nobody is doing the selfing. There's just selfing appearing to happen. That's the way all these non-duality speakers will speak this way. Just like I came up with the conjured self. The conjured self is the same as saying the selfing is going on. The conjured self is the same way as saying regarding an action figure or a body mind or the appearance of a human corporeal local unit of qualia consciousness. Even Deepak Chopra uses that phrase, a unit of local qualia consciousness energy form. So there's all these different types of English phrases that are used through the English language, pointing everywhere, the everywhereness. But then if we get back to the traditional sense, it seems to be the best expression or one of the best expressions through the Upanishads, any of the 108 Upanishads. That seems to be the closest, the traditional, because the reason why it seems to be the closest or the one that makes sense and logical or has some type of substance to it, that it has a voice of its own, and it speaks to those that recognize that all there is the absolute Brahman. Everything and nothing is separately so, not so, and it sticks with that because it can't go back to self-identifying with that center, that constricted center. It can no longer admit to conjure that up anymore because it recognized it wasn't even conjuring it. It was never that which it thought it was. And it believed it was a separate self. It was a separate person that was identifying with star people, and the star seeds. And then it was trying to identify itself with a particular knowing and a particular doing. I know now enough. I think I know what I am. Okay, so what I am is a star seed. So that's what it did. It went in that direction to believe that it was part of this group of beings that come from the stars, from some other Earth like planet. And so it was listening to the author of those books, Brad Steiger with Star People, Revelations, The Divine Fire, the others. There's a whole book series that he wrote back in the 1970s. Then in the 1990s, Scott Mandelker came out with a book called Being ET in America from Elsewhere. You know, being ET, being an extraterrestrial. What? You know, it sounds ridiculous now because you see, it was conjuring it back then. It was conjuring that. It was associating with that idea that it was a star seed from an. No, that's not true. That's not so. And so now it recognizes that. See, it recognizes that there is no separation, one without a second. There is no particular specific belief that needs to be believed, and it needs to be known that it's that it's that particular way. There are no specifics, there are no particulars to be. Simply being with the absolute Brahman does not require these beliefs to be held. No beliefs have to be held. It's just radical freedom. It's just whatever ever apparently appears to happen. Just like all the other non-duality speakers are saying the same thing, but in just slightly different words and terminology. Yeah, yeah. That's it right there. Yeah. And so there's not going to be anything new in non-duality. In 2022, 2023, there won't be anything else to be stated other than what's already been mentioned and written thousands of years ago in the Upanishads and the Gitas. That will go on ad infinitum, just as a recognition of the absolute Brahman. There's nowhere to go in that. It's everywhereness. It just simply is the empty fullness, and that's a beautiful thing. I think it is. The beloved, the unconditional love. That's it. That's it right there. Uh, and if anything else is going to be said, it's already been written, and all we're going to be doing here, seemingly so, is regurgitating in these satsangs. But you see, it doesn't appear to be a regurgitation. Why? Because there's still other body mind action figures that think they're separate out in the world right now. Even right now, this very moment, they're going along with the idea that they're living their own lives, that they have their own bodies to do whatever they want to do with it, and whatever they believe to be true, they believe to be so permanent. They believe in physicality. They believe in a separate sense of self, the constriction. They believe in that. They think that that's the way that they should be. Yeah. So they think in terms of, well, I should try to maintain that. So I need to find a spiritual practice that maintains this idea that I am a special person. So I want to be with others that are also feeling just as special as I am. So they goes off like that. They look for these groups, look for groups of others that are expressing in the same similar way, but in an exclusive way. You know, not accepting the fact that everything is already the way it's always been. It's already been set up long before they began to entertain these ideas of separation. Yeah. So there won't be anything new in non duality in 2022, 2023, and on and on and on. Whatever calendar year it might be, all the generations is going to continue on and perpetuate. But nobody knows how long these ideas are going to be sustained. Is there going to be a shift? Might there be a shift whereby you have a whole new generation speaking this way, and that the entire planet is going to be expressing using non-duality, and it's going to turn into a new religion. It's going to
Yeah, that's
turn. It's
also
going to
the
turn
trap.
into the next religion. Yeah. If
That's a
people
trap also. The non-duality can become a dogma, a philosophy, or a religion.
dogma philosophy exactly,
Mm.
and thanks to Lisa Cairns, people like her, the philosophy is being built and constructed, and the idea that non-duality can be a philosophy. So yeah, there it goes again. See how it gets corrupt? It gets corrupted because it's history repeating itself, so to speak, apparently appearing. History happening all over again, coming around full circle, like you were saying earlier, the circle, it orbits. The human race still at it, still at, thinking that in terms that they're special. The human race is more special than all the other human races that might be out there. And so then if it's true, then if they're going to visit the planet, there might be the idea of entertaining, well, why has that happened yet? It's probably because maybe the time's not right yet. Maybe the earth needs to go through some other different types of changes before they show up. Allegedly there's some kind of galactic federation going on out there,
Yes,
and
yes.
that science fiction is really true, like Star Trek and that kind of thing, that there's a federation out there. But then, see, that sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? But how could it be? If that were the case, wouldn't they have landed on the White House lawn by now? Wouldn't they have shown themselves up? Then the idea is entertained that there have been abductions going on, alien abductions, and then experimentations, and then a woman's fetus, a baby's taken out, surgically removed in a very advanced way, and there's no evidence that she had a baby. Now, that's really outlandish. That's hard to believe, isn't it? These kind of stories, unless you were, more immediate in the area, and you knew a family member, let's say an auntie that was pregnant, and then she claims that she had an alien abduction and that they took her baby away, but they made it appear as though wasn't pregnant in the first place. But the proof is there with the general practitioner, with the doctor, the pediatrician, the one that was taking care of took the sonograms. There was evidence and proof. How do you explain things like that? See, that can't be explained. That's unknown. Is it really happening? Well, apparently, it is apparently happening. Otherwise, where did these stories come from? And why were they made up? And how come all over around the world people are describing the same type of creature? So the skeptic turns around and says, "Oh, that's because it's embedded in our culture that the almond-shaped eye, the big-eyed grays, or it used to be back in the 1940s, the little green men from Mars." All of these ideas were entertained. And then War of the Worlds was a radio broadcast, and some people believed it, and they were freaking out. They were running out in the streets trying to grab this, that, and the other, and they thought that the War of the Worlds was really happening. The invasion from aliens from Mars. And all it was a radio broadcast. H.G. Wells. Remember that, Will? Yeah?
Yes,
You
I
remember
do.
that one? Yeah?
Hmm.
Yeah. Oh, well. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
In a way, I see it as the conjured self seeing another form of story
Yeah.
that it because recently the like what you said, the Galactic Federation, and suddenly people getting this what the Upanishads call the siddhis, the trying to channel the higher dimensional realms.
Because they believed that these cities went there to some higher realm.
Yeah, and it the conjured self thought it's some form of achievement, but in it's a trap actually too because it's another form of, let's
What's not
say,
happening?
yeah.
Another form of what's not happening, right? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's conjured. It's something else. It's conjured. It's trying to make sense of
Yeah.
what it read, and it's interpreting what it read in the Upanishads, that there are cities that ascended masters, and that kind of thing. And so, if the conjured self believes that, then it's going to live the rest of its life thinking that that's going to be where it goes when it dies. When it dies, it thinks it's going to be like the cities, and it's going to join them, some higher realm.
Yeah, the New Age call it the life review.
Yeah,
You
life review, the
you you you,
Akashic records.
you
Mhm.
review your life so that you can plan what your next life is gonna be based
Yeah,
on how you did in these lifetimes.
yeah. You get the
Just
Have
life
you
review and all that, and then you get to see all the wrongs you did, and you get to feel the emotions and
yeah,
all
yeah,
the
yeah.
rights you did, all the good things you did, and then there's as though there's these balances of weights and measures, so to speak, of where you get
Your
maybe
spirit
rewards.
guide.
Maybe you get some rewards. Yeah, maybe you get a better body, perhaps, or
Yeah. It's like a religious version in the New Age.
yeah, it is. It is. Then there's the Pleiadians,
Yeah, the Pleiadians, Arcturians.
the
There's
bringers of the
a
dawn, Arcturians, bringers of the dawn, all that sort of stuff. It goes on and on. There's there's a study. It's called exopolitics. There is a study of that called exopolitics, and that there's about like the Heinz 57. There's 57 alien races.
Mm,
Allegedly, there's 57 alien races. Now, how do they know that? Where do they get that information from? Is that not conjured? It sounds like it's conjured, doesn't it? I mean, where else are you going to get that kind of information? You know what they say? Channeling.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I channeled the Pleiadians, and this is the information that I channeled. And then the Zeta Reticuli, also the little grays. They're so interested in the biology, and they're always experimenting. They're putting little tags. You know how we put tags on dolphins and whales on its fin and set it out to the ocean so we can study its habitat and its nature. Well, that same idea is what's happening with the abduction scenario, where they're abducting human beings in remote places so that no one else knows about it. They think that's safe to do it that way. And that Area 51 is in uh, agreement allowing the aliens to do this to a certain part of the population at random in exchange for advanced technology. Some people actually believe that the internet is a technology that was shared by an alien race. Fiber optics and all these new technologies and advancements. Yeah, some people actually believe that. I don't know. What do you think, Will?
I don't.
No,
I
can't
don't.
be right. How can that be?
Yeah, I don't know nothing really.
It's
No,
unbelievable, isn't it?
that's better. I wish I didn't dive into it because it's hard to get out of it. But it's just what's happened.
Yeah, what apparently appeared to have happened. I really don't have any direct knowledge or direct experience with aliens, but I can tell you that I do have a slight suspicion about the out of body experience, though. Because one time when I was about 6 years old, I had a very high fever, and I was laying on the couch, and then it seemed as though I was hovering above my body, and I could actually see myself there. Now, what a skeptic would say is that, oh no, you saw a photograph.
Get out of there.
You saw a photograph of yourself like that, You saw a photograph of yourself, and then that's how you kind of incorporated this idea of out of body experience. So there's some people that claim they have them, and then there's near death experiences as well. There's a website called NDERF, Near Death
Oh,
Experience Research Foundation.org. And these people have been studying all these different cases, going to the people and asking them about their near death experiences. And it's all cataloged, and a lot of it has religious connotations. I saw Christ, I
oh,
saw my family. They told me to go back. Your time is not, it's
yeah.
not your time to die yet. And so, and then it perpetuates that. The near death experience seems to be common, no matter what part of the world that a person is claiming to have had a near death experience. And it seems to have been that way. So then you wonder, should I believe that, or is that just made up? Is that fictitious? You know what I mean? I mean, you just don't know what to think about that. What should you believe it or should you not believe it? Does it matter? Maybe not.
I don't. That's what I was thinking. Does it matter? But I had an experience. This being had an experience when I was 14. See, now I'm battling myself. But anyways, when I was 14, I had a what I believed was an outer body experience. I could describe it to you.
Yeah.
Is I didn't have no God or anything, and all I remember is like my thought or whatever. I thought it was me, you know, and I was like way above the this like I could see something kind of glowy, and I was like, what is that? And the
Oh,
minute
hold
I
that.
thought, what
Hold that
is
thought. I gotta go to the restroom real quick. I gotta go wee. But hold that thought.
okay,
Hold
all
the thought.
right. See,
Mm.
now I'm at the point where I don't even know. Like, I'm thinking, yeah, I'm thinking it probably was wrong.
No, no, I'm in the same. I have that before the end of 2020. Every information I accumulated, I feel like what's true, what's true in everything of in all of this, and I was so confused. That's why I went to like I went to non-duality to get to to realize, well, what's all of this? Is this really just a story, or is this true or what? Because I've been in the new age for for a long time, and it's hard to get it out of my system. And
Hmm.
maybe it's just another form of story that should not be like embraced too much in a way.
Right.
Maybe, right?
Now I'm starting to think, well, all that. Every time I say not I now, me, I feel like I'm somehow I'm doing something wrong.
No,
but
no.
uh but listening to what Richard said, I just, you know, if everything just is and it's gonna be the way it is, I don't know what's the purpose of spinning wheels on stuff that doesn't seem to matter, I guess. I mean, that's where I'm at right this moment. I'm like
Mm,
tripped out by that. But
mm,
trying to come back to this outer body thing, I could
Yeah.
finish that. Anyways, I was up, I was above this light, like kind of glowy, not bright, but it was like a dim light. And I was like, and I thought, what was that? And the minute I thought that, I was right above I seen my face, or, what I know is my face. And I woke up screaming, and and I told my parents, I said, I died, and they said, no, you just were dreaming, you just had a dream. And I was just like, it was so real. And I, and as a youth, I thought, oh, I want to go back to that. I want to recapture that. I
Yeah.
never been able to have another experience like that. I seen no white light, and then I thought, well, maybe it's because God doesn't want me, or maybe I don't remember where I was coming from, or whatever. And then it's like, and then did I conjure that? I was 14 years old. I mean, yeah, I've been on a spiritual path. Well, I presumed it was a path. I've been in a quest for a god or the other. Something out there I felt drawn to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't know.
No, no, really. I was just describing the same thing earlier. I could say that this body mind action figure, and that's all I could say. I can no longer address myself as a single person with a birth name and birthright. I can't go back to saying me, my, mine. It's not that I'm purposely not using that verbiage anymore. It's just the expression feels different now. It's not a choice either. It's just a natural expression now. because that seems to be the final answer. I mean, as I said before, I've looked into all the different beliefs and all the different religions. I studied comparative religious studies exhaustively. Looked into aliens and the exopolitics and everything that you could think of that's available in the library that has to do with out of body experiences, paranormal. Even about the Tibetan Book of the Living and the Dying, Urantia, and books that most people not even heard of. People that have been into UFO research and that kind of thing, and aliens and all that. And there are so many other books and literature out there that there's groups are formed and they're still going on. Like I said earlier about the walk-ins and the star seeds, it seems to be coming back, but with different authors now. It seems to be it's just repeating over and over again, but different authors are picking up on it and just keeping it going, perpetuating it. Um, and another one is it's about afterlife experiences, near death experiences, out of body experiences. All of that kind of ties in ADEs, NDEs, and OBEs.
What's that? I don't know those
An
acronyms.
ADE is an after death experience.
Oh,
In other words, you're such on the brink of after death, and the loved ones who were around you shared experiences whereby they thought they were hallucinating and saw loved ones at the bedside at the very end of the bed, standing
hmm,
there, waiting to greet them when they passed away. And when the loved one finally passed away, that was considered an ADE, an after death experience, because the loved one went with that family member that had already died a long time ago, and they were just waiting for them to guide them, perhaps. I mean, you
yeah,
hear these stories and
that's what
you
I've
look at the
heard.
websites, and yeah, well, it's there, it's out there. If you're ever curious about anything, you go on a search engine and you put in after death experience, it'll take you right there to it, to these sites. So anything that could be conjured and thought about, just try putting keywords in a search engine, and the chances are pretty good, quite high. The probability of leading you to a website that caters to that subject that you might be curious about, might look into it. Uh, Man, I went so far with the about the angelic realms and about the supernal beings and the four corners of the earth and how they're involved with the second coming that has yet to happen, and about the seven seals of prophecy and the keys of Enoch. The Enochian, and why they lived so long is because the earth was young and it didn't have a wobble like it has now. But it takes billions and billions of years for it to go off its axis like that. But at one point, the reason why there was like a Garden of Eden and the planet was a lot younger back then is because there was that spin didn't have a wobble like it apparently appears to have now. The astronomers are able to detect that there's this that it goes off its axis, and then that even more than that, there's been pole shifts, a flip, a flip of the poles. Now, the pole shift, man, it gets into some really outlandish things when you look into it, and it's fascinating still to this body mind. I still look into things like that, but this pole shifts seem to be uh, matching what is referred to as the Earth going through another cycle where it's entering an area of space like clockwork. The entire Milky Way galaxy is going around a galactic center, and that the solar system is also turning around that galactic center, and that all galaxies are going in a clockwork motion as well, and that they enter different areas of space, and those areas that they enter are energy fields, are huge, massive energy fields in space, and when they enter them, it affects the frequency of the inhabitants of a planet that happens to be Earth-like, and it increases consciousness, and an evolutionary leap happens. It's just like the Zechariah Sitchin with the Anunnaki. You ever look into that? Zechariah Sitchin Anunnaki? Yeah, no.
I've heard of the Anunnaki. Yeah.
Yeah, the Anunnaki, like that. A story. There's a planet called Nibiru,
Yes. Yes.
and
Yeah.
Nibiru allegedly is a rogue planet that goes
Mm-hmm.
on an elliptical orbit and gets kind of close to Earth once. It's a cycle. Once every, was it 3,600 years or 2,500, something like that. And
A
then
lot. Yeah.
when it gets closest to the Earth, there is some kind of change in the behavior of the human beings. It's as though there's a technological leap, and it's happened a few times. Even Native Americans, the Hopi tribe mentions about 5 different worlds, 5 different cycles, and that we're going through the 5th one right now, and it's about to end. The Mayans talked about that too. A lot of them thought that in 2012 that shift was going to happen, 2012, and then it came out with a movie
Right.
about 2012.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it didn't happen. Just like the Y2K of 1999, when it
Oh yeah.
shifted over to 2000, people were frantic buying Watcher, and they were trying to get supplies and bunkers, and thinking that the banking system was going to collapse because it wouldn't recognize 2000.
Right.
Yeah. So
Such a strange idea, right? That they just that whole concept that somehow they a 2 digits that they just roll over back again. I mean, and then doesn't that just lead into the idea that how can you expect anything to be smarter than you if you create it, right? I mean, I don't understand that. I mean, they expect this super AI to solve all this stuff. It's like, but you created it. You don't know anything. How can you program something if you don't really know? I mean, you only can program it with what you know, right? I mean, I would think anyway. I don't know.
perhaps what they're referring to is sentience. If it has a sentience of its own, that it gains a level of consciousness of its
Mhm.
own awareness. It's aware of its self-awareness. That's what I mean.
Right.
It might we might make it so we might design it so well to mimic, the human form and the mind, and put enough neurons firing, put enough of them there that it might accidentally cause self-awareness to develop in an artificial intelligence, and that's what they're striving for. They're trying to create, uh, an android.
Self-aware.
Yeah, and then the idea of of living forever in an AI and just getting spare parts, um, in some kind of science fiction future, a sci-fi future, that eventually they'll get so advanced with that technology that you'd be able to upload the mind, and because that's where it's believed to be the seat of the soul in the brain, when it may actually be in the heart, not up here. I think it may be here. The reason why I say that is because there's more BTUs, there's more electromagnetic energy, stronger emissions, fourth chakra in the heart than it is from the brain. So
And
maybe the seat of the soul is the heart. Christ
I
taught.
read something. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I read something yesterday that said the heart is the only muscle the brain does not control. And I thought, well, that was interesting.
Yeah,
And
that says a lot.
yeah.
That implies that those implications about that statement right there, that you know and also adding that the electromagnetic fields of
Hmm.
energy is stronger in a higher frequency than what's being emitted from the brain. So there may be something to that, and about that saying, the heart of the matter. Let's get to the
And
heart of the
didn't the
matter. Yeah.
and the Egyptians thought was it the silver cord? Oh man, my battery's going low again.
Oh yeah.
The silver cord.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know if you can hear me now. Shit.
Yeah.
Hang on.
Yeah. You got to
You there?
hook up the power cord. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm afraid it's gonna. I
Okay.
think I got 20% left. Yeah, I should be good. But I heard that the silver cord, well, from the Egyptians' belief that the silver cord is attached to the heart, to the astral body or
Yeah, astral.
whatever.
Yeah, astral plane. Heard about that before. Yeah,
I was
yeah.
wondering. Yeah, you did hear about that. Okay.
Oh yeah, definitely. In fact, there was a movie called Out on a Limb.
Hmm.
Uh, it was Shirley MacLaine. Uh,
I've heard of her name. I don't her
yeah, she she
her
she came out
face
with a
doesn't come
movie.
in.
It's kind of a rare movie. You might find it in BitLord. If you go to the BitLord program, you might be able to get the AVI that way, the file, the movie file.
Hmm.
Yeah, if you go to bitlord.com, get the program, you might be able to find it and get that free download of that movie. It's called Out on a Limb, and it addresses the silver cord in that movie, and and that once the soul leaves the human corporeal body, that cord snaps,
Yeah.
and then it goes out into space, allegedly, and then it finds its home. That's why there's so the count is so great of stars and Earth-like planets out there, because every soul might be from a different part of the universe that returns when it dies. It goes back to its home, its home planet. Goes back to its home planet. That's another idea that's entertained. There's so many.
Hmm.
There's so many like that. Well, I'm just gonna go ahead and call it an evening, because it's evening here, and I have work early in the morning. Yeah, I've got a job I've got to do because that's just the way it is. For this action, yeah, this action figure, you've got to pay the bills and pay the rent and all that good stuff. That still happens. That still happens, and yeah. Uh, so
So maybe next Sunday, huh?
yeah, let's go for next Sunday since I got to work Saturday. But yeah, this is always it's always great to share these ideas and get some feedback from one another and and see where it might take us, and it might this collapse may actually be shared because that's what seems apparently appears to happen at these satsangs. If enough of these satsangs are held, and we call them satsangs because they're spontaneous conversations that have a life of their own, and there's an energy that's created with these transmissions. There is there is some kind of frequency of resonance that's happening whenever we're referring to these ideas of non-duality. They're not really ideas, but when you entertain that which is not separate, and then you go along with that, and something seems to arrange in an unseen way. Energies seem to arrange on their own somehow. Again, where the two or three gather, there he is amidst it. It's sort of like that, but you can't really explain how that comes about. But somehow, in an unseen realm that we're not privy to, because of course the band is very narrow of what the human corporeal mind can access. We're only accessing a very narrow band in the spectrum. You probably heard this before. It's a very narrow band of the physicality, the third dimensional construct. It's tapping into a very narrow band because it's infrared, and there's all these other bands, and then there's these densities, and there's these other realms. Now, that's entertaining that idea. Does it mean anything? It may not. It might be something that we'll never know. But talking about it and entertaining the idea is interesting. It's fascinating. So there's fascination. Yeah, there's fascination in these subjects. And so, we could bring them up. Or we could even look to any of these other, subjects, such as Urantia. We could look into that, especially if it's not familiar. And then we could look into Keith of Enoch as well and discuss about that. So that's fine. Next Sunday we can kind of entertain those ideas, or if something else comes up, or whatever it does. And Leonard, you're welcome to bring anyone else and welcome them here, friends, and we will continue this. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All
Thank
righty.
you, Richard.
Okay.
Thank you, Leonard. Have a great day, you
Thank
guys.
you very much
Yeah.
too. Well, take care.
Bye.
To Leonard. See you next Sunday. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Thank you. All right.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye bye.